big games deserve the big stage. Live here from the Mall of Asia Arena in Pasay. Hindi po kayo namamalikmata. It's a Thursday, November 27, 2025. Day 2 of our quarterfinals ng inyong NCAA Season 101. And yesterday, the higher seeds lost. So it's an extended day. Extended quarterfinals tayo. Now, the top-seeded teams will be getting into the action. The number 1 seed of Group A, Perpetual Health Altas, will be going up against the JRU Heavy Bombers. Perpetual having that twice-to-beat advantage. That is our game at hand. And later on this afternoon, the Beda Red Lions will be facing the LPU Pirates with that twice-to-beat advantage. At lahat ng yan, matutunghayan at mapapanood ninyo dito sa Heart of Asia and all our social media accounts. Of course, on GMA Sports PH on Facebook, X, and on Instagram, and on the NCAA Philippines sites on Facebook, YouTube, and on Instagram. Magandang araw mga kapuso. Good morning, good noon. Team Dads on call right now. Coach Hammer Martin Antonio, kasama si Prince Rivero right here inside the Mall of Asia Arena. Magandang umaga sa iyo, Prince.
Ayan, magandang umaga sa iyo, Coach Hammer. And sa mga viewers natin dyan, magandang umaga. Magiging magandang game din ang meron tayo ngayon. Again, number 1 seed Perpetual Altas versus the JRU na pinagdaanan yung mga mahihirap na daan patungo dito sa tsansa nila ngayon na makalaban yung number 1 for a chance to get into the higher stage.
Yep, threading that eye of the needle to get here on JRU Heavy Bombers. And also on the sidelines, mga kasama natin si Tati Austria, who will be giving us updates on how the teams prepared. As Prince said, JRU went to the play-in. Puntahan na natin agad ang ating play-in picture right now, or total playoff pictures as we see Tati on the side of your screens. Magdadala siya ng mga updates sa atin. Prince, ito yung ating quarterfinals map right now.
Okay, so nagulat ako dun sa mga games yesterday. Normally, ang ina-assume natin is yung mga top teams, sila yung mas may chance na manalo agad ng games natin. But again, kung nasa ilalim ka, back against the wall, wala kang choice but to go head-on, di ba? So they got nothing to lose but everything to gain. And yesterday, they gained it by getting the first game advantage para sa kanila. So it's gonna be a 0-0 for both teams yesterday. And syempre for today naman, it's gonna be Perpetual versus JRU and Beda and Lyceum para sa mamayang hapon. So excited ako para sa magiging labanan today. And again, this is gonna be a series na wala nang mawawala sa'yo eh. Ito na yung pinaghandaan mo for your entire summer, for the entire year. Dito mo na kailangan i-showcase talaga kung ano yung meron ka kasi wala nang balikan to.
Yep, Letran and Mapua taking care of business yesterday, erasing the twice-to-beat disadvantage that they're facing. But right now, key player for the Perpetual Altas, Rare Air Goho, MGC Mark Goho Cruz, playing splendidly in Season 101 in his sophomore campaign.
Oo, itong si MGC na to, medyo actually consistent yan throughout this season. And last season, very consistent siya na player. I mean, if there's a type of player dito sa season na to na dapat tularan ng mga up-and-coming na players, yan, si MGC yung isa sa mga players na very notable. Kasi hindi lang siya role player, kaya din niya maging leader and kaya rin niya mag-take charge whenever kailangan ng Perpetual, ng score or ng stop.
And there you go, the averages, of course, under 13 a game on 25% from 3, almost 4 boards and 2.5 assists for Mark Goho Cruz. And on the flip side, also a sophomore who suffered a troubling injury, had a concussion, but on the radar was Justin Lozano coming back against EAC in that play-in. He played really well.
Actually, right after nung parang injury niya na yun, medyo mas nag-step up siya eh. Siguro merong nag-click doon sa kanya with that incident, na parang syempre kung as a player ayaw natin ng injuries or kahit na anong klase pa yan, pero dyan mo malalaman yung mararamdaman yung parang dito na ako ngayon eh. Sayang kung hindi ko ibibigay kung ano yung meron ako and kung ano yung pinagpreparahan ko kasi anytime anything can happen. Syempre knock on wood, pero yun yung isa sa mga pwede mag-boost ng moral mo para every time na aapa ka sa court, ibibigay mo talaga yung best mo kasi wala nang bukas. Parang wala nang bukas para sa atin.
Win or go home, win and advance. Yan ang aantabayan na natin dito sa matchup natin with Jerry and Perpetual. And talking about matchup, Campus Heroes for both squads matchup with that power forward position. Senior John Abbas, 8.5 points per game, 6.7 rebounds, 2.9 assists. On the flip side, Ivan Panapanaan, one of our best rebounders and offensive rebounders and shot blockers.
Oh, itong si John Abbas, syempre pag last year mo na, gusto mo mag-iwan ng magandang legacy para dun sa school na aalisan mo. And again, nag-struggle itong Perpetual the past few seasons. And ngayon yung parang pinakamalaki yung chance nila na talagang umabot dun sa big stage. Syempre headed by Coach Olsen, alam natin yung sistema na na-prepare nila kung gaano naging effective para umabot sila dun sa #1 seed.
And as you said, Prince, Coach Olsen Racela being supported by one of their tri-captains, itong si John Abbas. On the flip side, Coach Nani Epondolan leading the charge for the JRU Heavy Bombers, relying on the splendid defense of Ivan Panapanaan, especially in the play-in. So as we're waiting for this game to get going, I think we'll be passing it to our Coliseum announcer or our starters.
Good morning, mga kapuso! Mula sa Mall of Asia Arena here in Pasay City, ito po ang inyong NCAA Season 101, Building Greatness, live ngayon sa the Heart of Asia, worldwide, sa GMA News TV at may live streaming pa sa gmanetwork.com at sa Philippines website, YouTube, at Facebook. Our first game, our quarterfinals doubleheader. It's the Perpetual Altas versus the JRU Heavy Bombers. The Altas have the twice-to-beat advantage. And now, let's meet our starters. Starting for the Perpetual Altas, at guard number 9, Sean Orgo. The other guard, number 19, Marco Cruz. At center, number 21, Jericho Nunez. Forward, number 14, John Abbas. And the other forward, number 10, Patrick Lee. The head coach of the Altas is Olsen Rosella. Starting for the JRU Heavy Bombers. At guard, number 5, Yuri Duque.
Starters for both squads. Let's start off with the Perpetual Altas. Sean Orgo, Marco Cruz, Jericho Nunez, Patrick Steed, and John Abbas starting for the wards of Coach Olsen Racela. And on the other side, the JRU Heavy Bombers will be headed by Duque, Argente, Benitez, Panapanaan, and Lozano. Starters for both squads. Ito magsisimula ng ating matchup for today. Of course, the Perpetual Altas holding on to that twice-to-beat advantage here in the quarterfinals. And we'll remind everyone who's watching us that the semifinals, whoever moves forward, will be a best-of-3 affair.
Yes. Oh, yun naman yung parang isa sa mga bagay na changes na nagustuhan ko talaga na this NCAA season. Yung making best-of-3 na yan. Kasi dyan sa best-of-3 na yan, wala nang tsamba dyan.
Yep.
Kasi kailangan mo talaga manalo ng 2 beses. Hindi na siya yung pakatulad ng dati na twice to beat or whatever pa. Ngayon na best of 3 na, talagang bakbakan na yan.
First possession goes to the Perpetual Altas. Patrick Sleep trying to engage their offense on top of the key. Humingi ng ball screen dito. Sleep on the switch. Sleep attacks and he gets that first basket.
Ito yung isa sa mga bagay na gusto ko talaga makita sa game na to. Ano? Yung sistema ni Coach Olsen, gaano kaya siya magiging effective laban dito sa sobrang pesky defense ng JRU. Kasi alam naman natin na si JRU, isa yan sa mga teams na pume-pressure from the backcourt, making sure talaga na pinahirapan nila yung may bola.
And these two teams are the top 2 defensive squads, but right there, like hot knife through butter. Downhill attack na naman, Patrick Sleet.
And this is one of the very few times na makikita mo si Patrick Sleet na very aggressive siya on scoring at the start of the game. Because normally, ang hinahanap niya talaga is to set up his teammates and to make sure na paikutin yung bola and maset kung ano man yung plays na relay sa kanila ni Coach Olsen.
But 2 possessions, back-to-back, Patrick Sleet being more assertive. 1 lefty layup, 1 right-hand layup. Good start for Patrick Sleet.
And you know, that's something na I can really commend kay Patrick Sleet. Whenever he's trying to be aggressive on offense, hinihila kagad niya yung depensa para humelp sa kanya. And then he can set up his teammates even more later doon sa first quarter natin.
Which is also an underrated facet of his game. How well he passes. Ito na nga yung passes sa kanto. Kasado at sigurado sa unang pukol sa labas. Si Mark Goho Cruz. And a strong start for the Perpetual Altas. Starting like a house on fire. 7-0 para sa Altas. Tayo ngayon. We're back here, of course, in Mall of Asia Arena. Let's hear from courtside. Kasama natin si Tati Austria. Tati.
Thank you, Coach Hammer. There's not much pressure when you're the underdog. Yan ang pananaw ni Coach Nani Apondulan tungkol sa paghahanda ng JRU laban sa rank 1 team, the Perpetual Altas. With much respect to Coach Olsen Masela and his team, Coach Nani knows how much disciplined the Perpetual Altas are, kaya naman he maximized their preparation with the Bombers to seal their game plan, emphasizing on offensive rebounds. Dagdag ni Coach, there is a fatigue factor with a young team. Hopefully their grit partnered with patience would help them score big time towards a win today. Back to you, Coach Hammer and Prince.
Maraming salamat, Tati. For context, in their first meeting, Perpetual won 71-65. And the JRU Heavy Bombers lost the rebounding battle 41-33.
And again, alam natin parehas na itong Perpetual, medyo malalim talaga yung bench nila. And when it comes to their big guys, masisipag din itong mga big guys nila. And talaga namang makikita mo yung battle na binibigay nila sa ilalim when it comes to getting those offensive rebounds. Nabanggit din ni Tati kanina na very disciplined itong Perpetual. And ever since the beginning of the season, paulit-ulit kong sinasabi na hanga ako kay Coach Olsen kung paano niya napa-buy in itong Perpetual dun sa sistema na gusto talaga niyang itakbo ng isang team.
And discipline is doing well for them. Number 1 defensive team, limiting their opponents to under 66 points a game, just at 66. And they don't foul. Yan ang number 1 na telltale sign, no? Pag hindi po ma-foul ng team, kaya lang natawagan na si John Apis na ubusan ng espasyo si Lance Benitez. But again, Patrick Steed being aggressive opens up the windows para dito kay Mark Goho Cruz for that triple. That's first assist. Second assist on the elbow naman for John Abbas.
And balikan natin ito si Patrick Steed. Kung aggressive ka sa beginning ng game, ang tendency talaga is to really get the defense involved and make sure na they collapse whenever you try to attack. And yun, I think, yun yung naging goal nitong si Patrick Sleet the past few games. I-involve yung defense as much as possible to open up itong sila MGC and sila Abis for the drop pass and the kickouts para maaga din nila makuha yung rhythm nila. And once makuha nila ng maaga yung rhythm nila, everything's gonna be so much easier for the Altas.
And that's what's happening right now with the aggressiveness of Patrick Sleet. It just puts a different kind of pressure sa depensa ng JRU.
Parang siya yung missing piece na hinahanap ng Altas dito sa mga previous seasons nila. And you know, that's something big para dito sa Altas and na-maximize talaga siya ni Coach Olsen.
Margo, Goho Cruz, Abis, pasa kay Nunez. Nunez sa ilalim.
Jericho Nunez.
Kitang-kita mo kung paano nila in-open up yung defense na yun. JRU resulting to a zone defense pero min-maximize pa rin ng Perpetual yung pag-ikot ng bola to make sure na may kumuha nung tao dun sa gitna, mag-collapse yung defense and to get those drop passes na open sa ilalim.
And first steal goal here on JRU. Sean Salvador knocking down that jumper. And the push was, let's see kung rin na naitawag. Ito yung pasa, interior passing, which is very good. Last game para sa Altas. Nice wing. shot from Sean Salvador.
Tough shot, pero isa yan sa mga spots talaga na hinahanap nito ni Salvador. Ano, yung short corner at saka yung perimeter jumpers na yan. Don't let him take those shots kasi yun yung mga hinahanap niya. And what a nice pass kay Sleepy Boy. Getting that middle guy defender for that drop pass para sa kanyang teammate.
And precision attack. 6 out of 6 to start off the game. Ang Perpetual Altas, all with Patrick Sleet being involved. 3 assists, 4 points for Patrick Sleet to start off the game.
Ang ganda, napakaganda tignan itong Perpetual ngayon. Ano? And as you can see, meron tayong score na 13-4. Perpetual is up by 9 points.
Yep.
So, dyan sa 13 points nila na yan, halos lahat involved. Itong si Sleety Boy. Ano, makikita natin kung gaano niya kinokontrol yung game dito and kung gaano kalaki yung impact talaga nito ni Sleety Boy dito sa Perpetual.
And good interior passing on the side of the JRU Heavy Bombers. Ivan Panapanaan getting on that dunker spot and just shooting that off the glass.
Oh, and as a big man, Coach Hammer, no, parehas naman tayong big man. Alam natin kung gaano kapalagi na open talaga yung ilalim na yan. And pag hindi na-recognize yung open end, sometimes it frustrates you. It frustrates us to the point na parang hindi mo ba kami nakikita na na-open kami. But if you get into a team na very unselfish and hinahanap talaga yung mga open na yan sa ilalim, kahit ako, gaganahan ako kumuha ng rebound, gaganahan ako dumipensa dun sa mga big man nila kasi alam ko na mare-reward ako eventually.
Offensive rebound here by Perpetual. And good stop. Castillo with the rebound. Here comes Sean Salvador. Trying to go tempo, but miscommunication with Lorenaria on the sideline. But going back to your point, Prince, yung playing big, ang laking bagay, no? Na nakakahawak ka ng bola,
Yes.
nakaka-hustle ka.
Oo, kasi normally nga, hindi mo nga kailangan makashoot eh. Yung feeling lang na nakikita ka nila, napapasahan ka nila, nakakahawak ka ng bola, may touches ka. If kahit na hindi mo ititira, ipapasa mo lang din naman, iba yung pakiramdam nun para sa big. Kasi na-up nun yung confidence mo as a big na okay, nagtiwala din pala sila sa akin.
And speaking of big guys, 8 points out of the 15 coming from the big guys, Jericho Nunez and John Abbis. Dagdag mo pa yung dalawang layup ni Patrick Sleet, number 1 team when it comes to scoring points in the paint.
John Orco.
And
Wow.
the transition layup.
Oo, and again, kanina ang binanggit ko sa'yo, ano, yung JRU, meron silang pesky defense. Pero parang baliktad ang nangyayari, ano? Yung Perpetual na very aggressive on offense, very aggressive din sila sa defense, forcing turnovers para dito sa JRU and making sure na ma-maximize nila yung napakagandang start na provide nila offensively by Sleety Boy.
And this is when Perpetual is really tough. Dahil they are the number 1 defensive team. Pag aggressive pa sila sa pag-atake, even if itong number 2 team ang kalaban nila defensively, as what Patrick Sleet has been doing, putting pressure sa depensa ng JRU. Malamang sa malamang.
Oo, and again, isa yung Perpetual sa may pinakamalalim na bench, ano? So, doesn't matter if push talaga nila yung sarili nila ng todo for the first 5, 6, 7 minutes. Paglabas niyan yung papasok, alam natin pare-parehas na same intensity din ang ibibigay nila. Hindi sila magiging number 1 ng kanilang mga bracket kung hindi effective yung ginagawa nila.
Yep. And as we see Patrick Sleet shoot these free throws, the starters of the Perpetual Health Altas are the number 2 scoring starting with 43 points. And a lot of people were asking, is the bench ready to step up? Parehas tayo na sinasabi na they're ready. Their intensity is always right there.
Yes. And again, hindi lang naman, sometimes people tend to look at being ready as ready ka kasi sumut eh. But sometimes that's not the case. The energy can be provided by pressuring, by giving those extra passes, by getting those extra rebounds, extra possessions. Sometimes yun yung mas malaki pa yung energy na napo-provide rather than making a basket. And so a lot of people, iba yung pag-view nila doon sa energy na napo-provide ng second group.
Samantala, layup ni Lozano, Binale, wala. Skip pass, Sean Argente off the rim. Argente trying to attack the defense of MGC, getting enough daylight for that floater. And he misses it.
look at how the big guys of Perpetual are battling and rebound right now. Ano? Again, isa yan sa mga result na pwede mong makuha kapag nakakahawak ng bola yung bigs. Kasi gaganahan sila yung energy na nadideplete sa kanila sa rebound, sa depensa, sa box out. Napapalitan yan kapag nare-reward sila ng mga magagandang pasa.
Speaking of nice passes, off the swing, Sean Orgo knocks down a triple.
Perpetual making sure na yung dominance nila maramdaman talaga ng JRU na hindi sila magna-number 1 nang wala.
And getting a backdoor basket here with the answer was Sean Orhente. So this is crucial for the Altas. Papasok na yung kanilang 6, 7, 8 guys. Alcantara na una na. Casinillo and Moral are on deck to go in the game. Goho Cruz para sa 3. Oh, good defense there by Larenaria.
Cessation for the offense.
So good read there by Alcantara of the ball screen action.
Okay, pag-usapan natin itong offense ng Perpetual. Ano? Kanina sinasabi natin na nai-involve nila yung mga teammates nila, the big guys, the wing guys na nakakatira sa labas, drop passes. Kung ikaw yung JRU, paano mo ngayon didepensahan yung Perpetual knowing na kapag pre-measure mo yung guy na humahanap ng pasa at shoot, eh hindi magsi-step up yung mga teammates niya na nakakuha na ng Raider, di ba? So wala kang choice. Are you gonna help or are you not gonna help? Kasi parehas yun. I think meron silang may makukuha.
And this is one of the best answers that they could do is to also attack the defense of the Perpetual Altas as Lozano, Justin Lozano going downhill and finishing that layup.
I mean, if hindi ka makakuha ng stop dahil sobrang ganda ng opensa ng kalaban mo, huwag ka nang ma-disappoint. Alam mo naman at the end of the day na pag hindi ka nakakuha ng stop, makakashoot sila, labanan mo na lang din ng shoot. Kasi kung makakashoot ka, makakashoot sila, eventually makakastop ka rin eh. Pero kung makakashoot ka pa rin, step by step makakabawi ka.
And JRU dropping into a 2-3 zone. They get a stop here. Lozano. Garupil, who had 15 points in a career high 4, made 3-pointers last game. Floater, Argente, kick out. Lozano for 3. And he knocks that down.
Napaganda pa itong tira ni Argente,
And extra possessions giving life to the offense of the GRU Heavy Bombers. They trim down the lead to 9. All right, everyone is here at the Mall of Asia Arena, especially the Perpetualites, who yesterday bought 2,000 tickets sa PhilOil for their high school elimination game. That was yesterday, and of course, the Altas Angels.
I mean, siyempre, hindi naman natin na-experience yung palagi na nandoon tayo sa taas, di ba?
Yeah.
So, minsan, katulad yan, hindi naman sa nagyayabang, but when I was in high school, halos ganun din yung nangyaring situation sa amin. Yung Lasal, nagpadala din sila ng students dun sa game namin against San Beda. So ako, nabigla ako kasi normally, even the players,
parents lang nanonood.
Oo, parents lang talaga yung nanonood. Kasi syempre, high school, kailangan pumasok ka talaga sa school. But during that time, na-appreciate ko yung pinakitang gesture ng school na we're here to support you. And we're sending some of your classmates, schoolmates, dyan sa arena para supportahan kayo na naglalaro. Kasi parehas tayo ng school eh. Parehas tayo ng pinaglalaban.
Tsaka magkakaklase pa.
And dagdag na boost yun para dun sa mga players.
And a stop here by JRU. But turnover by Lorenaria of that attack. Now it's the last three-pointer by Justin Lozano prior to the timeout, which trimmed down the lead to single digits. Here comes LA Casinillo. Had a good game in their last elimination game against the LPU Pirates. Maglupay. Tolabot. Maglupay. Driving to the baseline. Passes it in the elbow kay Buray. Casinillo with 6 seconds on their shot clock. Getting hounded by the defense. Argente. Good stop there. Garupil going downhill. Jay Garupil, specialty of the house.
Ano kaya sa tingin mo yung naging changes para dito sa Perpetual after that timeout? Kasi parang nagsa-struggle pa rin sila when it comes to running their offense, ano?
Well, for one, Prince, nag-drop to a zone ang JRU. This has been very fruitful for them when they played against CAC. And if we're looking at averages when it comes to three-point shooting, as you see Jay Garupil going downhill. Three-point field goal shooting of the Perpetual Altas is only under 24%. So
Okay.
they're gambling on this. They're egging Perpetual to shoot.
And normally kasi, if you're really gonna look at games, yung numbers, they don't lie. And very seldom you see teams go over their average,
Yep.
ano? So if you're getting 24% from the three-point field, kung maglalaro ka nga naman ng zone, sa apat na ititira ng Perpetual,
Isa lang ang masushoot.
chances are, isa lang ang masushoot. Baka wala pa.
So susugalan yan dito ni Coach Nani Ipondolan. Maglupay, wala yung kanyang layup. Stop na naman. 4 consecutive stops for the Heavy Bombers.
And throughout the years, yan ang sinasabi ng lahat ng coaches. Ano? Di baling talunin nila tayo sa labas
Huwag lang sa
kesa
loob.
talunin nila tayo sa loob. Kasi napakalaking energy boost kapag ka sa loob nakakashoot ang kalaban.
And a foul here on that rebound play. And that will be called against the Perpetual Altas. They are in the penalty right now.
Oo, parang medyo in shambles itong Perpetual, ano. Ever since lumabas yung first group kanina, pinag-usapan din natin kung ano yung energy na pwedeng i-provide nitong second group. But so far, they are really struggling laban dito sa zone defense ng JRU. Again, balikan ko yung sinabi mo na nakaka-discourage pag nakakashoot sa ilalim. Kasi whenever you play zone defense, di ba, alam natin na ang gusto natin talaga is i-collapse yung paint and to make sure na walang makapasok doon. Walang maka-attempt doon, walang makakuha ng rebound doon. Pero kung doon ka nila masusutan and hindi sa labas, yung effort na nilagay mo at saka ng mga teammates mo, parang nakaka-down talaga yun. Mababa talaga yung moral mo. Instead of boosting it and matulungan kayo by playing zone, parang lalo ka pang mahihirapan.
Guarding that shaded area, especially in space of a 2-3 zone. Ayaw na ayaw niya. Mapapakamot ng ulo coach mo as we see Casinillo dialing it from the outside. Offensive rebound by Poral. Wala nang oras sa kanilang shot clock. Naubusan dito. Another stop. And remember, JRU is also a very good defensive team.
Yes.
They are number 2 when it comes to limiting their opponent's production. But key stat dito, point differential. +5 parati itong Perpetual. Ang JRU tumatabla lang din. Doon.
Balikan natin yung sinabi ko kanina prior to the start of this game. Nasabi ko rin na itong JRU is pesky defenders. Though yung first group nila medyo nag-struggle talaga. Maybe because of how Perpetual ran their offense during the first group. Kasi kung titignan mo yung first group and second group ngayon, yung spacing nitong second group, very far from the spacing of the first group. During the first group, nung naglalaro ng zone itong JRU, nasa spot sila. Dalawang shooter nasa corner, very patient, waiting. Si Sleety Boy hawak yung bola sa top of the key. There's a guy in the middle, there's a guy underneath. Sleety Boy calling the shots out and making sure na ma-involve niya yung defenders bago niya hanapin yung mga pasa. But in this case, dito sa second group nila, if you're gonna look at their wings, wala sila sa corner.
Sabi,
Medyo nakaangat sila ng konti.
nasa low wing area.
And yun yung medyo malaking impact ngayon dun sa zone kasi pinadadali nila yung depensa at saka yung trabaho nitong JRU Bombers habang naglalaro sila ng zone kasi mas maliit yung ita-travel nila para makarecover. And so far, naging effective yung defense nitong JRU dahil dun sa maliit na changes na yun sa offense nila sa spacing.
Last shot heave by Jay Garupil. That was on time but didn't make it. And after that, very strong start of the University Perpetual Health System Delta, they settle into a 6-point lead, 22-16 after the first. All right, back here in the Mall of Asia Arena on a Thursday. Big game for both squads. Perpetual holding on to a twice-to-beat advantage and a 6-point lead here at the start of the second quarter. And of course, Dr. Anthony Jose Tamayo, NCAA Policy Board member of the University of Perpetual Health System Data. Inabutan mo pa ba na UPHR ang tawag sa kanila? UPHSD na.
HSD na.
Ako kasi parang yung last year was my rookie year. UPHR pa sila.
Okay. 2013 yung akin. 2012, 2013. Okay, we see some changes dito sa lineup ni Coach Olsen in the beginning of this second quarter. Ano? From the first group, bumalik na ulit si MGC at saka si Sleety Boy.
So this is big. Dahil nagra-run dito, nakakuha na ng bearings ang JRU. They're settling in on this 2-3 zone. We'll see how they would be attacking this.
When your opponent kasi is playing a zone, dapat threat din yung big man mo.
Yep.
Hindi pwedeng nakatayo lang siya doon na parang nag-aantay lang ng bola. If you're gonna look at this second group, si Boral at saka itong other big guy, kanina si Abis yung nasa loob. Threat sila parehas. Makikita mo na very active sila in sealing their guys, making sure na baka merong reverse seal na basa. So involved pa rin yung tao nila na nape-prevent from helping dun sa mga corner guys.
Right now, scoring in their secondary break. This is Perpetual Altas with Marco Hobrus off the window. That shot.
And galing yun kay Sleety Boy. Silang dalawa yung bagong pasok. Silang dalawa ulit yung involved dito sa unang basket.
And that was a nice turn at the core, at that top of the key. The winning basket, the MGC, using that length for his advantage. But right here, Sean Argente keeping that handoff instead of going for the handoff. And sinama lang yung mga bantay, drop pass kay Castillo, nakakuha pa na end one.
And isa yan sa mga props, kapag kakilala ka as a scorer, yung bantay mo, dadayain talaga nila yung defense sa'yo, making sure na hindi ikaw yung maka-atake by preventing yung mga yan, mga handoff, yung mga pasa na yan, i-deny mo yan para hawak lang na yung bola. Medyo sumobra lang ng konti na nakuha niya yung fake para dun sa drive na yun and that drop pass, ending for a basket and a free throw.
And there you go. And we'll go to Tati Austria. Meron siyang update for us. Tati.
Disiplina laban sa disiplina. The Perpetual Altas are charging full steam ahead, coming off from a win and hoping to take another one in their stride. Sabi sa akin ni Coach Olsen Rosella, we need to take this game seriously. Hindi namin iniisip ang twice-to-beat advantage and we will perform as if we have one game left to play. The one thing that they need to watch out for is complacency. Dagdag ni Coach O, they will shake off any body aches just to push through today's match with a mindset geared on defense. Now, just how important is having that championship mentality even this early in the quarterfinals? Back to you, Coach Hammer and Prince.
Complacency is the opponent of consistency.
Tama. And actually, hindi lang is tendency kasi yan ng mga malalakas na teams. Alam mo, may mga instances na yung mga malalakas na teams, kapag ang kalaban nila is malakas, yung level of competition na nafe-feel nila mataas din. Kasi yung pride na sumasabay lang. Pero pag yung kalaban mo parang medyo nandoon sa mababang rank, parang yung complacency papasok yan kahit hindi mo iniisip. Kahit hindi mo iniisip. Kasi tendency yan ng tao na parang okay, pwede tayo mag-relax ng konti kasi yung status nila sa status natin medyo malayo. So, hindi tayo kayang talunin yan. And then eventually, makakakuha sila ng momentum. Tapos mahirapan kayo makabalik.
And speaking of momentum, of that rhythm jump stop, Sean Salvador knocking down a 3.
And suddenly, JRU is now back on track with only 5 remaining yung lamang.
So again, being the playmaker. Oh, late call there by our officials, but Patrick Steve being the point of attack. So this was just a 2-pointer. The Big Toe was stepping on that line. Malinaw na malinaw kasi naka-yellow-green. Highlighter green
Tama. Itong si Salvador at saka si Argente, once they start to take over, doon sila nakabawi kanina.
They made sure na na-involve nila yung teammates nila at yung isa't isa. Kasi parehas naman natin alam na sila talaga yung scorer nitong JRU. Ano? So, they try to get as much defender as they can para mahanap nila yung mga open teammates nila.
Right there. And I bet referees are happy to see brighter shoes. Mas madaling malocate.
Oh, hindi mo na kailangan bilugan kasi may highlight na.
Naka-highlight.
Naka-highlight na.
Vault shoes.
Shooting 2.
Kulay tennis ball.
Actually, yung sapatos na yan, sobrang lambot yan.
Binigyan din ako ng ganyan.
Medyo bagay yan sa mga big man kasi wide yung pakiramdam. Tapos sobrang lambot talaga. I mean, kung ganun kalambot yung sapatos mo, tapos yung galawan mo, shifty ka pa. Diba? Parang ang sarap siguro nun sa pakiramdam.
So on the free throw line is John Abyss. So that counts. Lead goes back up to 6. Here comes JRU. They have a little bit of momentum going. Duque. Pull up off the elbow. Patrick Sleep. Quick outlet. Marco Cruz on the finish. That's a touchdown.
Okay. So ever since bumalik tong si Sleety Boy, yung free throws na yan, yung layup ni MGC kanina, yung layup ni MGC ngayon, si Sleet pa rin yung involved.
Yep.
I think Patrick has 5 or 6 assists already.
Yeah,
Hindi pa natatapos yung half natin. And at the same time, aggressive pa siya sa offense.
Yep. You gotta call a spade a spade. This offense is flowing through the hands of Patrick Sleet, but great defense by our #1 shot blocker, Ivan Panapanaan. Lorenaria, and just being strong and taking it to the chest of Patrick Sleet.
That would have been good defense, pero again, good offense pa rin dito kay Lorenaria. Kasi na-make sure niya na mabigyan niya talaga si Sleet ng magandang contact. To the point na kahit na nakataas yung kamay ni Sleety Boy, bumaba at tumama sa braso niya. Nakakuha siya ngayon ng magandang foul.
This might be a season high for Patrick Sleet. Definitely for one half. 7 assists.
See, that's what I'm telling you kanina eh. Once na na-start kasi niya ma-involve yung mga teammates niya and they get their rhythm going, yung sa kanya, madali na lang niyang hanapin eh. Especially yung scoring kasi alam naman natin kung gaano siya ka-dominant also whenever he wants to score, kaya talaga niya.
And he set the tone right away.
Yes.
After the tip-off, after the jump, scoring at will. First 2 possessions, it opened up their offense a lot.
The thing I see with Patrick Sleet, yung passing niya at saka yung vision niya, hawig ng kay Coach Olsen. Pero yung scoring niya, parang additional value kay Coach Olsen.
Yep. Marco Cruz knocks down his second triple. Strong side help off the zone, leaving that corner wide open for that 3-pointer. 8 assists for Patrick Sleet.
Wow, ang ganda ng pasa. Okay.
Nicely executed play. Sumama yung mga bantay na libre sa ilalim.
Okay, sa mga hindi nakapansin doon sa play na yun, nag-start yan dahil doon sa napakagandang screen ng big man para ma-open up itong si Salvador, resulting for both of the defenders to show. Ngayon, siya yung na-open, sa kanya na ibigay yung bola by rewarding him with that good screen.
At ito yung huling pasa of that strong side help kay Marco Cruz.
Oh.
And this one, di na nakita yung screen, but that was a good screen by Vince Sarmiento. Right underneath the basket, being selfless and getting rewarded with that field goal. Down by 7 dito ang JRU. Oh, everyone is here, even the JRU faithful or Steam Moms, sumusuporta for the JRU Heavy Bombers and the student body of the University of Perpetual Health System, Delta Altas. Like pagsasabi ko, kailangan kumpleto.
Siyempre,
Kailangan kumpleto.
dapat ganun talaga. Oh.
And the Perp squad is here. Everybody's supporting and enjoying. And of course, this is just the first game. Later on, it would be the Sun Beda Red Lions facing up against the LPU Pirates
Oh, dito natin malalaman kung gaano mo kamahal yung school mo talaga. Alam natin kung gaano ka-traffic, lalo na mga bare months na. Pero nandito sila ngayon
parang
sa MOA.
malalim yung
support.
pinagagalingan ng traffic mo.
Oo, kasi medyo 2 oras inabot ako kanina. Nagbigay na ako ng leeway para maaga ako dumating. Pero hindi pa rin umabot eh.
Pero ang umakabot dito yung mga outside shooting ng Perpetual Alta. Second three-pointer.
I mean, if yan yung ibibigay sa'yo ng JRU, kailangan mo magtiwala dyan sa tira mo sa labas kasi ini-ensayo mo yan eh. So kung ikaw mismo ipe-prevent mo yung sarili mo from taking those shots kasi ang hinahanap mo yung nasa loob, hindi mo masushoot yung mga tira kung hindi mo siya ititira.
And speaking of professional scorers who have the ultra green light, Sean Salvador knocking down another jumper. May warning pa dito kay Sean Orgo on faking a foul.
Pero ang sarap siguro ng pakiramdam, pag manggagaling mismo sa coach mo na okay, you have the green light, na pag nawakan mo yung bola, pwede mo siyang itira. Kasi alam mo na kahit anong klaseng pasa ibigay sa'yo, may green light ka na pag tinira mo, mamintis mo man siya, yung susunod, sasabihin pa rin sa'yo ng coach mo, tira mo lang ulit.
Yeah, and those are afforded to scorers like Sean Salvador. Nakuha mo ba yun? Nakuha mo ba yung ultra green light?
Oo, nakuha ko.
High school tsaka college, no?
Pero hindi sa labas. Oo, sa ilalim. Kumbaga pag nakapwesto na ako dun sa spot ko, dun sa low post or sa high post, hinahayaan na ako ng coach ko to the point na, pag nawakan ni Prince yung bola, basahin niyo siya kung saan siya pupunta. Tapos make sure na dun kayo mapunta sa spots na makikita niya kayo. Kasi hindi naman ako yung player na ang mata ko nasa ring lang. So, I make sure na pag nakuha ko na yung bantay ng kakampi ko, alam ko kung sinong dinidepensahan niya. And alam ko kung saan sila nakapwesto prior to me making a move para alam ko saan ko ipapasa yung bola.
And speaking of guy getting into his spot, going to the right side, yes, that is his strong side. Alan Lorenaria knocking down the field goal but missing the free throw here. They're still down by 6, under 5 minutes to go here in the first half.
Oh, and if ang kalaban mo yung mga teams na malalakas na very seldom magkamali, dapat yung mga maliliit na bagay katulad ng free throws, dapat sinisigurado mo na yan.
Details, technique, and execution. That's the name of the game, especially in the playoffs. And a stop here by JRU.
Ang ganda ng stop ng JRU doon, pero ino-note ko lang din, the fact na nakakuha sila despite na naka-stop sila, napakaganda ng offense na ni-run ng Perpetual. Balikan ko yung sinasabi ko kanina sa'yo kung gaano ka-active itong dalawang big guys ng Perpetual. There's a guy sealing, there's a guy facing up, looking for teammates. Kasi set up nila yung isa't isa.
And Duque knocks down that three-pointer. Samantala, Torremdes tries out for the outside shot, but a foul here on that rebound play, and JRU will go to the line. We see this. Lorenaria, papunta kay Duque. Sakto-sakto, diretso.
Pero challenge yun, I mean, yung mga ganong klaseng challenge, normally, sina-shot fake yan. Kung hindi ka kung wala ka ng green light, most probably shot fake mo yan or quick reverse mo yan. But if you have that green light and that confidence na itira yung mga ganong klaseng tira, ititira mo talaga yun. And in that case, na-shoot niya.
And as we see Lorenaria on the free throw line, Duque has played really well. After Lozano came down with an injury, siya yung next step up na bigyan ng more minutes. Now, it gives a deeper rotation para dito sa guard line ng Coach Nani Apondolan.
Okay, ino-note ko lang yan, yung step up na ginagawa ni Duque, sabi nga ng mga coaches ko dati, which is yung group nila, Coach Olsen, sila Coach Nash, the best ability is your availability.
Parehas pala tayo ng coaches.
Okay, so
parang nakasama pa kita nung 20 years old ka. Parang naaalala ko. Okay, going back to availability.
Okay, so if you're staying ready, doesn't matter if nasa bench ka, kung nag-cheer ka lang dyan, okay lang. Eventually, makukuha mo yung time mo. And kapag nag-stay ka na ready dahil sa extra work na ginagawa mo sa trabaho na pag-push mo sa sarili mo araw-araw, eventually, pag nakuha mo yung chance mo, meron kang pagbubunutan ng mga tinanim mo.
Yep.
Diba? And in this case, na-reward siya doon sa, siguro sa hard work na ginagawa niya, na nung time na may na-endure at siya yung nilagay sa spot na yon, he performed.
Yep. And Sean Orgo, another triple on the way, but offensive rebound being taken care of by Nunez. Abis, familiar elbow jumper, and that's much needed for the Altas.
That's the threat I was talking to you about. Ano? Si Nunez, hindi naman basta-basta na pinasa lang sa kanya yung bola. Nakapwesto siya. And so the tendency is for the guy in the middle to, help a little bit. Kasi alam naman natin pares na meron din siyang galaw doon. Opening up itong si Abyss doon sa high post, elbow na makakuha ng pasa. And threat din siya doon kasi spot niya yun eh.
Yep.
Yun yung mga pull-up jumpers or jump shots na binibigay sa kanya ni Coach Olsen.
Paborito niya yan.
Oo.
Lalo na dahil galing siya sa sistema na triangle, sanay sila na umatake off that kill box sa elbow.
Yung mga jump shot na yan, one dribble floater, yan yung talagang bread and butter na itong ni Abyss.
Babalikan natin ang ating mga kwentuhan dito. 4 ang lamang ng Perpetual. So we're back in the ball game here. Down 4 ang JRU with them getting a little bit more rhythm here, Prince.
Oo, nakukuha na nila yung rhythm nila pero hindi sa opensa nag-umpisa.
Yep.
Diba? Dahil noon itong JRU sa being them having that pesky defense, nakakakuha sila ng mga great stops dito sa Perpetual leading into great offense.
And of course, Boston Tamayo, sports program head ng University Perpetual Health System Delta, enjoying the action here.
Magandang umaga sa'yo, boss.
Oo. Nakalaro ka na ba sa Perps?
Oo, isang beses lang.
Ganda ng court.
Ganda ng court.
Ganda ng court. Si Anton ang madalas maglaro doon eh. Mamaya makasama si Anton.
Doon ko nakikita yung mga highlights niya eh.
Oo. Mga bababaan ng balikat. As we see here, another incursion inside na hindi na-convert but good defense by JRU. Just providing enough friction here. Casimilio para sa 3. And on that rebounding scramble, MGC gets wiped out to the baseline.
Okay, if you're Perpetual and you're missing, I think Perpetual has missed most of their three-point attempts the past few possessions they got, except nung nasa loob si MGC kanina and kasabay ni Sleety Boy. Anong option ang susunod mong hahanapin?
Well, you gotta crash the boards. Yan lang ang sagot dyan. Pag naka-crash boards ka and napapasahan na yung bigs. So you have to really be adamant. Kung magbintis, mas malaki ka, mas kailangan kuhanin mo yung rebound. But right now, we're seeing them using another shooter in Pagulayan.
2 minutes remaining.
Yan ang sinasabi natin, offensive rebounding. It's another answer to that question that is presented to them, which is the zone defense ng JRU.
Oh, and again, during their first face-off, during their first game, kalaban yung JRU noon, matatandaan mo na nanalo sila sa rebound.
Yep, 41 to 33.
And malaking factor yun, especially if zone ng kalaban mo, pero mananalo ka sa rebound. Imagine the extra possessions na makukuha mo. The fact that yung zone, ang main purpose niyan is to limit the offense into one possession per possession.
And to let them settle on outside shots and not get into that shaded area.
Okay, balikan ko naman yung question ko sa iyo kanina. Yung magiging point of attack nila when it comes to zone dahil hindi lang ma-shoot yung tira sa labas. I think they should involve the bigs even more. Doon sila mag-umpisa ng atake ngayon. Kasi once they entry the ball to the bigs, hindi naman wakaw yung bigs nila.
Yep.
So if they give the ball to the bigs, that gives the signal to the zone to, to collapse in the middle. And once they collapse, mas makakakita sila ng mas open na tira rather than dun sa mga three-pointers na they were taking earlier na contested.
Samantala, offensive rebound again for Perpetual. Mintis ang subok ni JP Boral. Doremdes. Pasa sa ilalim. That's what you're looking for, Prince. That interior passing. They swing it outside. Boral settles for a 3. Long board. Taken care of by Lorenaria.
Oh, this is their single double play.
Oh, floppy. paboritong tinatakbo yan ni Coach Nani, especially when they have shooters here. Pero dito, yung combo niya na pang-atake. Itong Lorenani on a great pass there by Lozano. Good read.
That was a great read. Ano? That was a great read. Ano? Siyempre, hindi lang dun sa passer, pati dun sa teammate niya na slumip after setting that fake screen and fake handle.
Ghost screen na nga yung ginawa. Ghost screen to slip. Casimilio, siya naman nasusubok sa tres. Kasado at sigurado. Kailangan nila yung tres na yun.
Oo, kasi kanina pa sila nagsastruggle dyan sa tira sa labas na yan. And you know, that might, you know, send a little message to sa JRU na pwedeng mag-start netong tira nila sa labas na pag-init.
An active hands by Duremdes, tapping that ball out. And a quick shuffle of men here under a minute. Lozano with that zippy pass.
Ito, mas magandang angulo nung pasa. Oh.
Just threading the needle with that zip pass. Mainit yun, bro. Ganda nun. Samantala, ito si Jay Garupil. Dinala sa kanan. Tip in, goes in for Ivan Panapanaan.
Again, ito si Panapanaan. If you're gonna look at the scouting report, rebounder yan eh.
Yep.
So, hindi pwede na magkaroon ng time na mawawala siya dun sa vision ng kung sino man bumabantay sa kanya. Kasi papasok at papasok yan to get the rebound.
And we've seen Ivan be a pest not only offensively but defensively. More often than not. Mula pa lang sa juniors. Na, it still bothers me na hindi pa siya tinatanggal sa game. Eh. Na maglagay ka ng isang tao, alam mong kukuha ng offensive rebound, alam mong tatalon. Tanggalin mo na.
Ika-cancel out mo na lang siya. Di baling hindi ka makakuha ng rebound.
Basta siya hindi rin makakuha. Box outin mo na. So last shot time here for the Altas. They have been making a lot of hay here when it comes to rebounding. Duremdes loses that handle for a little bit. Great defense by Argente. And that's how we end our first half with a defensive stop by the JRU Heavy Bombers. They trim down the lead to just 4 points. Our score stands at 41-37. Halftime stats analysis and a whole lot more when we return in your NCAA Season 101. at the half, the Perpetual Altas are holding on to a 4-point lead, 41 to 37, as we see the squad of the University of Perpetual Health System Delta Altas performing here at the center of the Mall of Asia Arena. Coach Hammer Martin Antonio alongside Prince Rivero bringing the action here. Number 1 seed Perpetual against the play-in contender and last ticket in JRU Heavy Bombers, but they don't look like a team that is afraid.
Oo. I mean, they were struggling at first, di ba? Nagkaroon sila talaga ng problem with how aggressive itong si Sleety Boy, ano? Starting off with 3 assists, tapos 4 points, actually 4 assists, and then 4 points para ma-set up itong si MGC, si Abis, and si Nunez sa ilalim. But, once pumasok yung second group nitong Perpetual, na-maximize ngayon ng JRU, yung time na wala silang point guard sa loob, true point guard, na talagang nagsiset up, nagra-run ng plays na makakakuha ng open shots para sa kanila. Ano? And doon sila nakakuha ng run by playing great defense or by turning great defense into great offense.
Well, Patrick C is really the main point of attack of this offense. It opens up a lot of doors, windows, and even the room for their offense.
Tama.
So, antabayanan natin how JRU will try to limit him because right now he is at 8 assists. So he is engaging a lot of people. In the second quarter, Sean Salvador, Sean Argente, and the JRU Heavy Bombers, especially Justin Lozano, really stood up and took the challenge. He became a defensive team that we are used to seeing.
Yes, and again, malaking role lang nilaro dyan ni Panapanaan. Again, pinag-usapan natin kanina, if you have that kind of player inside, you cancel him out. You make sure na kung hindi niya makukuha yung bola or hindi mo makukuha yung bola, siya rin, dapat out of the picture na kayong dalawa. Magiging 4-on-4 na lang yung labanan nyo dyan. And malaking bagay para sa JRU yung second chance points nila eh. Doon sila nakakuha. They have 7 offensive rebounds dito sa first half natin. Although, itong Perpetual, meron silang 13 offensive rebounds. Ayan, makikita natin dyan ngayon sa inyong mga screen. May 13 offensive rebounds ang Perpetual, 21 perimeter points, and 35 starter points. Pero yung perimeter points na yan, dugo at pawis ang naging kapalit niyan. Kasi ang binibigay talaga ni JRU is yung outside shots nila. And so far, meron silang 5 out of 16 sa 3-pointers. And yun yung gusto mangyari ng JRU. One of the reason kung ba't nakabalik sila dito sa game na to. Kasi yung numbers, eventually, babalik ka lang ulit dyan at the end of the game. Mararating mo yung numbers mo. And very seldom na you go over your numbers. And balikan lang natin na merong parang 24 to 25% lang ang 3-pointers nitong Perpetual. So if meron pa silang mga ititira dito sa second half na tira sa labas, chances are, kung pumasok man yan, good for them. If not, babalik tayo doon ulit sa numbers nila and mas magiging madali para sa JRU yung comeback na gusto nila.
And for context, starter scoring, number 1, Perpetual. Check that, number 2 at 42.8. Number 1 sila when it comes to limiting the opposing starting team to under 33 games. So they are right there at their average. So leading scorers natin, go Cruz with 10 for Perpetual or go with 8, powered by 2 3-pointers, and John Abis with 7. For the JRU Heavy Bombers, Alan Lorenaria with 7, Sean Salvador with 6, and Justin Lozano with 5. So bumbati ulit kami ng magandang araw sa inyo, mga kapuso, as we go back to our campus heroes. The matchup of the power forwards, John Abis and Ivan Panapanaan.
Okay, yung notable yung numbers ngayon. Yung 4 and 4 ni Panapanaan, hindi nyo man napapansin. Hindi man lumalabas dyan. Yung mga box out, yung mga tapik, malaking bagay yun. And then si John Abis naman, na ma-maximize niya yung position niya sa loob ng court whenever sa loob si Sleety Boy. Pag wala si Sleety Boy, parang medyo kulang yung nagiging presence niya sa loob dahil hindi siya ganon ka napapansin when it comes to their offense kasi iba yung nagiging point of attack nila. Although si Sleety Boy, pag nasa loob na ma-maximize niya, hindi lang si John Abis, but si Nunez as well and MGC na nando doon sa labas.
Kumbaga, it's like a Formula 1 car. It's built for that driver.
Tama.
Which is the question for Perpetual the whole season. After the starters, which is si Patrick C, the point of attack, on the second group, sino yung magiging next point of attack? Pwedeng si Alcantara, si Casimilio ba? Pero pareha shooter. So, aantabayan na natin how Coach Olsen will be staggering his lineups. And of course, follow nyo kami on our social media platforms, GMA Sports PH, NCAA Philippines, it's on Facebook, X, on YouTube, and on Instagram.
Oo, sa mga nanonood lang sa mga bahay-bahay.
Oh,
ano?
sino?
Siyempre, yung asawa ko na nanonood ngayon, si Leslie, at
Hi,
saka yung
Les.
anak ko, nanonood yan palagi. And pag nakikita ko ng anak ko sa TV,
Pero teka, dahil team boy dads tayo, kailangan, narinig ko yung sinabi mo na hindi pa committed yun kasi package deal yata si Luka at si Dipo.
ha?
Magiging package deal si Luka at si Dipo.
Oh, dapat.
Dapat,
Oh,
para
wala.
may screener si Luka kasi gagawin mong
Oo.
point guard.
Kaso kahapon, yung first time nanood ng anak ko na isang
Naka-jersey.
rivalry game,
Oo.
naka-jersey.
Eto,
Oo.
game din to na maraming levels of storylines. San Beda Red Lions will be facing the LPU Pirates at 2:30 p.m. later yan. So San Beda having a twice to beat advantage.
Oh, medyo mabigat yan kasi yung LPU, medyo nakukuha na nila yung rhythm
Oo.
nila. Especially dito sa latter part, which they struggled during the beginning of the season. Pero mas nakikita ko na mas nag-gel na sila ngayon and nakukuha
Always
na
a
nila
tough
yung sistema nila dito sa latter part.
Especially with Ato Barba shooting the lights out and
Oo.
being the Ato Barba that we know.
Oo, tama.
Last game, he was their best player in the play-in. But the big factor here is playing in the Mall of Asia Arena. Of course,
Ibang level.
depth
Oh, again,
perception yan.
mas malaki to, mas maraming nanonood. Iba yung energy na napoprovide kapag maraming nanonood.
Tsaka malamig.
Sarap.
Iba, malamig.
Oo, masarap
Malamig
maglaro
yung,
sa malamig.
yung,
Pero minsan nakakabitin ng hininga.
lalo na pag hindi ka sanay.
Oo, kapag yung konti lang yung oras mo na nasa loob, parang ang bilis mo maubusan ng
Oo.
hangin.
So here we go. We start our third quarter with Perpetual. Having that 4-point cushion. They're protecting it. Patrick Sleep dials it and misses it from 3. Scramble for the board. Jay Garupil. I like this starting 5 of JRU
Oo,
for
small
second half.
lineup to. Very small lineup to para sa JRU. Ano?
So it's
I have a
Larenaria.
feeling that they're gonna push itong Perpetual ano, para sa mas mabilis na pace na laro.
Actually, these are the attackers
Oo.
ni Coach Nani Pondolan with Lozano at the 4. Actually, Lozano at the 3, Lorenaria at point, Garupil on the other combo guard, Panapanaan, and Castillo. And yung lima naman, the usual starters for Coach Olsen. It's Orgo, Boho Cruz, Nunez, Abis, and Steve. As we see a long 2 by Lorenaria, but our referees are signaling for a replay. They'll look at it as a 3-pointer and then as a long 2, and they would review it afterwards.
Oo, pero prior dun sa tira na yon, nung nakuha nila Garupel yung bola, hinihingi niya na eh.
Aha.
Nasa corner pa lang siya hinihingi. Kumbaga, as a player, merong mga times na mararamdaman mo na meron eh. Nararamdaman ko yung masushoot ko to eh.
And sagot naman dito si Mark Boho Cruz on that downhill layup. Boho Cruz now with 12 points. Comes the ball handoff. Okay. Lorenaria, backdoor. Lozano, pasa sa ilalim. Castillo, napayungan. Gandang depensa ng mga malalaki ng Perpetual. They swing it. Orgo. Nunez coming from that backcourt to crash the boards, but Lorenaria with a steal. Counter steal by Perpetual. Scramble here. And ball will return to the JRU Heavy Bombers.
That was a good steal, ano? Pero actually, it was a good pass as well. Pero medyo masikip lang silang dalawa doon sa ilalim.
So, nireview na rito yung kay Lorenaria. You see that layup by Boho Cruz. It was just a 2-pointer. Sinignal na ng ating mga officials dito on the sidelines. It was just a long 2.
Oh, and sa panahon ngayon, yung mga long 2 na yan, medyo mortal sin yan eh. Oo. It's either you shoot from the 3-point area or doon ka sa ilalim.
So JRU right now handling that basketball. They're trying to engage this offense. Trying to go ISO is Alan Lorenaria. Garupil. Susubok sa tres. Mintes, kuha dito ng Perpetual. Pasa muna natin kay Tati Austria.
David is knocking on the Lions' door with nothing to lose and everything to prove. Para saan yung lakas na iniiwan nyo? Para saan nyo pa nire-reserva yan? Ito ang tanong ni Coach Nani Ipondulan sa JRU Bombers at the dugout during halftime. Coach Nani also points out how the Perpetual Altas continue to crush the board and form offensive rebounds against them. Dagdag ni Coach, hindi na tayo makaka-execute kung wala tayong pasensya. Ang kapalit ng execution ay pasensya sa laro. Coach Hammer and Prince.
Pasensya at disiplina. Yan ang magiging tema ngayon.
Kasi pag meron kanyang pasensya na yan at saka yung disiplina, yung execution madali na lang eh. Kasi darating yan. Darating sa point na makakuha ka talaga ng mga open shots. Pero tignan mo natin yung replay dito.
Oh. Getting hit in places that you don't want to get hit.
Oo, pero again, walang naitawag yung mga referees doon.
At saka hindi naman sumipa eh.
Oo, hindi naman.
Sumipa, nakaangat lang yung tuhod.
Yan yung tinuturo kasi. Bata pa lang, tinuturuan ka na kung paano lumayap. And normally, ang tinuturo talaga, kung anong kamay yung ipang layup mo, same leg nakaangat.
Oo. Akala ko tumama.
At athletic lang din si MGC, kaya sobrang taas niya, doon umabot.
So down 2 na lang dito ang JRU. Nakakuha ng stop off the fast break ang Perpetual. Patrick Sneak right now. Top of the key again, dropping into a zone defense ang JRU. But being a little bit more aggressive is Ivan Panapanaan. Lozano again, touchdown. Game tied. And this is our first deadlock of the ball game.
Ito na yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina, no? Isa sa mga stopper ng JRU isa sa mga stopper ng first 5 itong JRU. And dito sa start ng second half natin, so far JRU has been doing really well in terms of defense. And speaking of defense, nakakuha ng open look itong si MGC for that quick 3-pointer.
And getting that to go in, they have an answer. Just finding that open space for MGC. Panapanaan, dribble handoff, papunta dito kay Lozano. Lozano had the past 2 baskets of JRU. He uses the ball screen. Panapanaan, pull up from the elbow. Then misses it. Goho Cruz for the board. Orgo. Nagmamadali. Goho Cruz. Swings it to Patrick Steve. They move it left to right. Orgo. And on the baseline, rip move. Natawagan. Nakaapak yung paa ni Sean Orgo of that open drop. So 5 minutes 49 remaining here in the third quarter. 3-point lead being held by Perpetual. Smile. You are on cam for all our student body members, all the fans here inside the Mall of Asia Arena enjoying the action, supporting, and Sean Argente fan.
Oh, ito yung sinasabi nila
literal na fan na yung pamaypay kasi hawak nila.
Galing, meron tayong smile cam kasi may isang saying, sabi, smile while you still have teeth. Yan daw ang best jewelry na pwede mong suotin. Kasi pag nagsasmile ka,
Uy!
mas maganda pa yan. Ayan, ayan.
Gumaplex sa inyo si Gwenda na.
Oh, kaya Dan at saka si Ayen.
Si Ayen.
Ayen, babanggitin na ba namin?
Relax ka lang. Yan dyan lang
Sige,
yan.
wag na lang. Sumusupport lang yan dyan.
Okay, back to the ball game tayo bago tayo ma-throw ball prince.
Oo.
Kapon, iniingatan ko nga si Big Boy.
Grabe yung screen time ng mga kaibigan natin.
Gantay ko Plumix. Muscle cam yata gusto niya. Buya din. So napansin mo kanina, Prince, as we were going into the timeout, sumona na.
Sumona
Ang
yung
Perpetual. Ngayon, naka-zone press din sila, nakatutuwan
And
dito.
normally, pagka zone press ka, ang bagsak niyan, zone defense din. Kasi gusto mo pabagalin yung laro. Kasi if you're gonna look at the lineup of JRU dito, naka-small 5 sila. So, I think, based on looking at it, gusto nilang bilisan yung pace.
Duque. Nasa harapan niya si Orgo. Bumangga. Pull up. Misses it. Orgo with the board. Patrick Seek right now trying to force numbers. Mabilis na nakababa ang depensa ng JRU. Orgo bounce pass. MGC on the corner. They swing it. Orgo pass back. A little boomerang action. Wala. Isa pa para kay Goho Cruz. Hindi kayo papahiyan yan.
Sinukat lang dun sa unang tira na parang, ay, ganito pala sa kalayo.
So may review dito. Ang sabi, nagsenyas ang referees na 2-pointer lang, pero they would review it.
If you're gonna look at their defense kanina, nagkaroon ng miscommunication yung JRU doon. Kasi yung top guy na lumabas ng corner, pinabalik niya ulit sa taas. Ngayon is the tendency, the big has to go out to the corner, which he's gonna be late kasi nagaling siya dun sa gitna.
Yep. So, 2-pointer lang yung binigay kay Goho Cruz. Pasa sa ilalim. Abis getting hit on that drop pass. And this is when Perpetual is most potent. Pag tumatakbo yung bigs nila, tapos finish-feed nila on the primary break.
Isa sa mga general rule kasi yan. You have to reward your bigs when they run.
Ayun, nakaapak. Nakaapak yung dulo ng hinliliit. Ayan.
Kung nagupit yan kaninang umaga, dapat hindi stepping yan.
Kung size 11, and-a-half lang yung sapatos.
Kaso 12 eh. Yung and-a-half yung sumabit sa guhit. Pero parang hindi eh. Kasi yung dulo ng shoes, nakaangat yan eh. Oo eh. Tingnan natin kung ano sasabihin ng referee.
Cylinder din ng paa yun. Tingnan natin kung anong tawag ng ating officials. 2-pointer lang.
Okay.
Okay, as we see that review. Uy, my wife is watching!
Oh, tingnan mo?
Sa Laguna, meron silang clinic. And happy
Automatic
birthday
yan.
kay Sir Ezra. Kasama niya doon.
Automatic
Watching,
yan.
enjoying the action.
Hello po!
Yan, my wife.
Yung mga asawa ng mga team
Siyempre yan
dads.
talaga.
Mga team dads. Palagi
Yan ang malaking
nakasuporta.
pasasalamat
Oo.
namin. Binigyan kami ng
Magagandang asawa.
Oo.
Mababait
Kaya
na
magagandang
asawa.
na
Supportive. At saka supportive na
Yes.
asawa, di ba?
And as John Abis missed his first free throw. Oy, an alumni player of the Altas watching. Kuya Kay Guenco. Abe, magandang araw sa'yo. Nasa Pampanga yan.
Oo, magandang araw.
Yan yung huling, kasama siya doon sa huling team ng Perpetual na pumasok sa final. So, they're really banking on the squad of Coach Olsen to
Kaya
go
gano'n
all
na
the
lang
way.
din yung fans ng Perpetual ngayon. Ano? Kasi syempre, it's been a while since the last time na nakatungtong sila dun sa part na yun ng NCAA, which is dun sa taas talaga. You know, so yung suporta, talagang dadagsayan. Kasi excited rin lahat na makita na
Exactly.
makabalik, di ba?
So, there's a review here for that out of bounds. Very important. So right here, jockeying for position. Let's see who touches the ball last. So that. So it's the ball of the GRU Heavy Bombers. So the referee's called for a review. For a challenge there. Bola ngayon ng JRU.
Good call yan galing dun sa referee, ano? Especially ngayon na medyo dikitan yung laban talaga natin. Yung mga maliliit na calls na ganyan. Very important yan.
Exactly. Ay! Uy, agaw! Nabitawan ng bahagya yung bola. Patrick Steve. Kick out. Goho Cruz from the corner. Book it for Mark Goho Cruz. And another assist to the name of Patrick Sneed. That gives them a more manageable 8-point lead. Mancom representative, of course, of the Jerry Heavy Bombers, Sir Paul Supan. Joining the action here as his team is clawing their way.
Oh, magandang tanghali sa inyo, sir.
And of course, Coach Zax Castellano, Mancom representative for the Benilde Blazers. Of course, College of St. Benilde.
Oh, dati naming boss yan.
And Sir Frank Lucy naman from the University of Perpetual Health System, Delta Altas Management Committee member. And really an interesting season to say the least. Itong season 101 because of the changes in our tournament format.
Yun nga eh. And also, mas naging competitive kasi yung mga teams eh. Knowing na kahit na nag-struggle ka sa umpisa, pagdating sa dulo, mabibigyan ka pa rin ng chance na, alam mo yun, na ma-reclaim yung sarili niyong pinaghirapan all throughout, diba?
Eh, mga player naman, lalaro at lalaro yan kahit na ano yung tournament format.
Tama.
But it's a good chance for the other teams to make it a little bit more interesting. Like yesterday, the lower seeded team swept our game day.
Oo. Yun yung mga gusto natin makita kasi...
And an offensive foul called on Sean Salvador.
Offensive foul at number 1, Sean Salvador. That's his first personal 2 on the...
And quick stat check, 6 points, 9 assists, and 5 rebounds. Patrick Sleep on that drive. Kay Jay Garupil, tinawag. Oh, free na naman sa corner. A good shot fake. And MGC taking it strong and challenging the outstretched arms of Ivan Panapanaan. And he earns himself 2 free throws.
Galing din nitong galing din bumasa kasi nito ni MGC. Again, he won't be that consistent if hindi mataas yung basketball IQ niya. So, since earlier, he's been making those shots from the outside. And the tendency is, kapag inangat mo yung bola doon, ang iisipin ng kalaban mo, titira ka na talaga doon. Eh, meron din siyang drive. Skilled din siya na bata. So, whenever he does those shot fakes, he gets the guy jumping in the air, challenging for that shot, supposedly shot, giving up the fake and then going hard to the basket. Eh, athletic din.
Tsaka ang haba.
Oh.
Mataas yung apex ng tira niya. Ito mahaba ng braso eh. So forward pass. Oh, another turnover here for JRU. Di pa nahawakan kasi na ipasa ni Garupil. And a foul by Vince Sarmiento. There might be a review here.
Dati, good foul yun. Kasi stop mo yung play para makapag-inbound, makapag-set up kayo sa depensa. But in today's age, may binago nila eh. Tinatawagan na ng transition foul.
Oo.
Para ma-prevent yung aksidente.
So we'll see if this would be an unsportsmanlike foul that they would be giving here kay Vince Sarmiento. So that was wild, few sequences para dito sa JRU. They turned the ball over twice.
Back to back.
No. And costly yun na kanina si Lorenaria nabitawan yung bola on the cross-court pass na convert into a three-pointer. Ngayon naman, dito, nabitawan ni Garupil and an unsportsmanlike foul, category 2. Ang tinawag dito kay Vince Sarmiento. So this is heavy for the attack of JRU. Because there would be 2 free throws for Patrick C.
And 3 minutes na nasa bench, di ba?
Sa bench siya.
Ito yung pinag-usapan natin kanina eh, na dati that would have been a good foul kasi mas-stop mo yung offense nila.
Duty foul lang.
Duty foul lang. Para ma-stop yung offense, yung fast break, tapos inbound, makakapag-set up kayo sa depensa. But they changed it, I think for safety reasons, katulad ng mga ganyan nga na para hindi magkasakitan and makapag-cause ng further na pwedeng pagkainitan ng ulo.
Tsaka mahirap. Pagka ganun, laging reminder na ngayon ng Coach Prince. I don't know, with you guys, pros na, kung pa-foul ka rin sa fast break, sundutin mo na yung bola.
Oo.
Siguraduhin mong going for the ball.
Subukan mo nang agawin. Kasi kung, what if maagaw mo tapos hindi tumawag? At least, di ba, makakuha ka ng steal. But if hindi ka man makaagaw, tawagan ka man ng foul, you really went for the ball. So hindi ka pwedeng tawagan ng transition foul.
Patrick Sleep.
Kasi your intention is to really try and steal the ball.
Yep. And Patrick Sleep right there taking care of business. Knocking down those free throws and a golden opportunity to pad on this lead here with 3 minutes 26 remaining in the third quarter. Sean Orgo. Pass it to Patrick Sleep. Sleep trying to attack. Sleep bumping off the defender and getting into that sweet spot for that floater.
Napakagandang move dito kay Sleepy Boy. Ginamit yung yung weight disparity niya dun sa bantay niya. I mean, hindi ka naman tatambay sa weight room nang parang wala lang.
Oo naman.
Oo. So, yung separation na nakuha niya yun, dahil yun sa repetition sa practice at saka yung extra hours niya sa gym.
Nakita mo naman yung tindig ng Patrick Sleep. At saka yung bump right there.
Hindi na naka-recover yung bantay niya. Help na yung sumalin.
Ang lamig din ni Harry Herrera. Saying some which kakapasok lang here. First time to be inserted in the game. And Patrick Sleep taking advantage of that. Here comes Sean Orgo. Orgo going downhill. Orgo pull up.
Sean
Buckets.
Orgo.
Good read galing dito kay Sean Orgo. Nung nakita niya tong si Herrera na ang iniisip yung bantay na nandoon pa sa backcourt kahit walang bola, nag-decide siya na mag-pull up na lang.
Herrera. Aatakihin si Boral. Herrera, napayungan. Anthony Halsano just got inserted and he takes care of that rebound. Boral on the break and a foul given up by Chauncey Salvador. So this was the pull-up by Sean Orgo.
Number 1, Sean Salvador.
Hindi niya na nai-set up yung depensa niya doon kasi umere na agad si Boral.
Getting clipped on the hip. It was JP Boral. So the free throws coming up for JP. And he misses the first one. Of course, JP Boral, one of their three captains, playing on his last year. The second free throw is good for JP. Cross-court pass for JRU. They're trying to trim down this lead. Drop pass to Panapanaan. Finding a way to score on the window.
Pamuntik pang nabitawan yung mabuti na lang na-recover niya yun. Napakagandang pasa yun and set up para sa kanila. And the best way to really break a press is to get the ball in the middle. If not, you try to attack.
And a transition basket here by Sean Argente. And they're... somebody's down on the floor. That's Ivan Panapanaan. Down on the baseline.
Oo, may maliit na scuffle na nangyari doon sa drive ni Sleety Boy na yun.
So let's look at it one more time as Patrick Sleet loses that ball. He falls down on Ivan Panapanaan, who pulls him and he goes down with him, trying to break that armbar.
Oo. So, let's see kung ano yung itatawag ng referees natin dyan. I mean, there was contact on both of them.
Yeah.
And that's part of basketball. But in this kind of case, that's why we have the referees in the replay for them to, analyze what happened and to decide on what call they should give.
And we'll see what our officials would be. We're having a very animated discussion here on the sidelines with our sideline officials, of course. Our technical committee, which is being led by, of course, our Commissioner Attorney Rico Chicho. So we see Ivan Panapanaan getting escorted there on that bench.
Pero props din sa natin, sa mga EMS natin kasi mabilis sila umaksyon dito.
Dapat.
Oo.
That was a hit on the... Dahil nagkaroon ng pag-drive, nabitawan yung bola. Tangled.
Nagkakapitan.
Getting clipped.
And sometimes unconscious kasi yun nangyayari. Yung hindi mo napapansin na pag nagkakaipitan kayo ng ganyan, hindi mo naman pwede bitawan agad-agad kasi kung pares kayong babagsak.
So number 10, Patrick Sleet will be called for an unsportsmanlike foul on Patrick Sleet.
Criteria 1.
So criteria 1.
That's his personal, 1 on the Aldis.
Medyo hindi nag-agree yung mga fans ng Altas dun sa tawag na yun. But again, na-analyze na ng mga referees natin yan and ng committee nila, syempre. So, I think fair naman yung naging tawag na yan.
And the
Well,
line,
it's not a basketball move to drop an elbow on the face. Pero hindi rin basketball move kasi yung... Kasi out of balance si Panapanaan. So, napakapit siya.
So, baka tendency lang din, no? Na parang to break the fall. Nagkataon na doon.
Mahirap talaga yung mga pa-fall eh. Okay, back to the ball game tayo. Jay Garupil on the free throw. He misses the first one. Okay ba?
Okay. Naisingit mo pa
Siyempre.
Galing.
Siyempre. As we see fans here enjoying the action. Uy! Matutok sa atin from Tarlac. Kuya Amis!
Oy, Kuya Amis! Binabati kita!
Idol natin yan. Kuya Amis. Magandang araw sa'yo. Ingat ka sa mga pa-fall.
Kuya Amis.
Kailan ka manonood ng live?
Amazing.
Yan.
Amazing sa'yo. You have an amazing day.
Mamaya manonood yan dahil may game ang San Beda. Personal love na.
Napaaga lang yung bati namin sa'yo.
Baka magtampo eh. Naman naman yung kaibigan natin.
Hindi magtatampo yan.
So back to the ball game tayo. Hawak ng Perpetual ang bola after that free throw. Good play right there. Perfectly executed by Perpetual.
Again, it started off with a great screen. Nagkaroon ng miscommunication yung depensa dahil dun sa magandang screen. Giving them that wide open pass.
Sean Argente off the handoff. And he gets fouled by L.A. Casimilio. Only the 13th foul. How about that play? Ano pag pinapasok si Helsan? Maganda yung mga nararan nila na patterns. I mean, this guy,
Quality minutes.
he really knows how to play.
Again, if your coach made sure na you guys understood the play and the options and you run it perfectly, I mean, with patience and precision, eventually you're gonna see those open passes, those open cuts. Kasi very fundamentally sound.
Habang nagkukwentuhan tayo, yung mga prinsipyo na as we see another good play here of Anthony Helzano to JP Poran. Kasi sa mga nakapuso natin, isang coaching tree lang po kami nang galing ni Prince. Of course, naging coach na si Coach Olsen, ako with Coach Nash. And I was practicing with you guys when you were with the youth team.
When we were,
16? Under 16,
yes.
no? Youth team with under Coach Olsen.
We were in the beginning of my career.
And then I was preparing for the pros noon and bagets ka na pero ganun ka na talaga maglaro. Please, hindi na natin pupuntahan kung paano maglaro. So, Duremdes right now trying to get nabati natin yung magandang pasok kaya sana he gets called for a traveling right there underneath the basket. But they've been running a lot of good plays here.
He was looking for the guy in the corner kaso umangat eh.
Ito yung three-pointer ni Salvador. Right here again. Good passing, no look pa.
And bihira mo makita yung mga high-low plays na yan unless alam talaga nila yan yung hahanapin.
Si Helzano very high IQ eh. Whenever he gets inserted, he always have a positive effect on their offense and defense.
May mga may mga highlight moments.
Whole player talaga. Saka kita mo nagko-communicate, nagsasalita. So right here, Garupil trying to go downhill against Helzano. Good defense. Bayan. Anthony, here comes Duremdes for the buzzer beater. No good.
After 3 quarters,
But good job on Perpetual withstanding the run of the JRU Heavy Bombers. They add on to this lead, and it stands at 12 points going into the 4th. All right. Of course, supporters of the University of Perpetual Health System, Data, of course, Anton Tamayo, Mr. Anthony Tamayo, and Mr. Randy Murch, Mr. Denzel B, enjoying the action all here on the
Start
side.
of the fourth quarter.
Enjoying the action. Bakit nga naman hindi? Lamang sila namin dalawa.
Oo nga naman. I mean, pinaghirapan ng mga players yan. May enjoy mo talaga yan kasi nakikita mo naman how aggressive they are, especially during the beginning of this third quarter kanina, ano? Both on offense and on defense. Talagang pumukpok sila. And they are rewarded with a 12-point lead.
So JRU trying to prevent this from being their last quarter of season 101. Sean Salvador, they try that three-pointer, but he gets clipped on the leg
Pushing foul, number
as
3.
he is shooting that three-point shot. Hirap din pagka-jump shooter. Sinasabi nga ni Coach Olsen, medyo sumipa.
Oo, ako kasi, pag titira ako dyan, hindi ko kaya sumipa kasi
Set shot.
hindi, maiksi lang yung ano ko, airtime ko.
Airtime mo.
Kumbaga,
Basta tumitira ka.
bago ko pa maisipa yung paa ko, bumagsak na.
Kaya mas, hindi siya naging part ng laro. Kasi
Arsenal,
hindi naman talaga ako offensive player to begin with. So pagka nakuha ko dyan, dribble handoff na.
Tama.
But right now, Sean Salvador, somebody who needs his shooting to get going, especially now that they're trying to mount a comeback here.
Oo, medyo mabigat yung 12 points to start the fourth quarter. I mean, if he can cut down the lead to 9, that would be great para dito sa JRU.
One more shot for Sean Salvador. Of course, one of our very impressive freshmen. Na legit freshman, hindi nag-residence. Graduate ng high school from Mapua, transferring to JRU for his collegiate years. Duremdes, pasa sa ilalim. Moral, short pass, gets in.
Oh, napakaagang pressure dito sa Perpetual, backcourt pa lang.
Full court pick up, no?
Oo, imagine you have the lead, 11-point lead, tapos backcourt pa lang, pume-pressure ka na.
Ayaw na nilang papuiluhin dito itong JRU, which is
Just
what they really have to do. As we see Justin Lozano with that attack to the basket. Boral handing that ball. Helsano, he swing it. Helsano with that one-hand shot. And Anthony
Helsano
getting that floater to get in. Salvador, Argente, hesitation, kick out, they swing it back to Salvador for 3, and he knocks that down.
And that's what you get when you play patient offense. I mean, that was a very good hockey pass coming in from the corner.
Ang hockey pass po, yung pasa na nagresulta sa pasa na na-shoot.
Oo. So, hindi siya assist. Pero sa mata ng coaches, better
Assist
siya.
yan, oo.
Better pa
That
siya
was-
kasi sa assist. Kasi,
Yun yung mga one more.
oo.
And on that drive, natawagan si Justin Lozano on that penetration of Duremdes. And as we see Duremdes march to the free throw line, we'll pass it to Tati Austria.
Thank you, Coach Hammer. The Perpetuals are locking in their eyes on the prize. Now, if you could listen in on their huddle, you could tell that each and every player is fully capable of analyzing how their opponents play ball. Dagdag ni Coach Olsen Racela. He points out how JRU would weave through their team just to score. Now, Coach Hammer and Prince, I have to ask you, will patience be able to help JRU win against the Perpetual Altas today, or do they have to execute more?
Salamat, Tati. Execution, patience, of course it would help. Definitely, but patience is much needed, but execution a little bit more because they're down right now by 10 points.
And I think we have to be specific when we say execution. Kasi execution can be an offense and in defense. And so far, they have to execute talaga sa defense. Kasi
both ways pa nga talaga.
Sa defense muna mag-start kasi doon sila kumukuha ng energy since the beginning na para magkaroon ng mga great run on offense. Ngayon, medyo nahihirapan sila doon sa stops kasi pati yung second group ng Perpetual, umaatake na rin. And then they're really sharing the ball, making sure na na-involve din nila yung teammates nila.
Samantala, susubok sa labas si Sean Salvador. Good stop by Perpetual. Better performance here in the second half by this second unit. Even some of the third unit guys. Casinillo. Papunta kay Boral. And on the bump ni Argente, natawagan siya ng foul.
Rushing foul on number 9, Sean Canton. It's his second personal. 2 on the heavy bumpers. Alan Lodinadia for Harry Herrera. Shot clock at 14 seconds.
So second team foul called on the JRU Heavy Bombers. Here comes Casinillo. They only have 7 minutes 26 in the fourth. Casinillo, Pinoy step. Wala. Rebound dito sa Salvador. JRU trying to push the pace. Lorenaria. Back to Salvador. Pinapatawid niya. Gusto niya ng isolation against the big guy, Jericho Nunez. Salvador. Sa taas Lozano. Sean goes downhill. Kick out. Natapik ng bahagya. Lozano para sa 3. Moonshot doesn't go in. And Perpetual wisely slows down the tempo and tries to execute here.
Balikan natin yung kanina pinag-usapan natin, yung bigs na very agile, kaya gumalaw. Imagine having a big guy na kayang bumantay ng point guard. So yan yung mga props na nakukuha mo sa agile bigs.
Yep. And that's an opportunity then for you to switch on everything. Kampante ka. Pero dito nakuha na naman ng stop ang Perpetual. So two-man game. Goho Cruz. Doremdes. Kontra kay Panapanaan. Pasa sa ilalim. Nunez. Nakasupalpal at inabot ni Lorenaria. And Alan Lorenaria
Yuri Duque, Harry Herrera,
doing a good job there defensively.
Ito na yung lineup ng Perpetual na pangdiinan.
Yep.
Makapagpahinga ng konti si Slitty Boy at saka si John Abyss.
0.8 seconds to shoot.
Buong didiinan na nila to. 6 minutes winning time. Patrick Sleep right on cue. Wala ng oras sa shot clock noon. Naribang dito ngayon ni Sean Salvador. Salvador trying to go post to post. Pass it to Duque. Mini Euro and Abyss for the board.
Okay din yung ginagawa ng Perpetual ngayon na tinatry nilang i-limit itong JRU sa one shot kasi kanina yun yung naging problem nila. JRU has been getting those second chance opportunities na nako-convert nila kaya kanina medyo dikit pa yung JRU sa Perpetual. But so far, they tried to limit itong JRU into a one-possession offense.
Stop here by JRU. Lorenaria. Aatake kay Patrick Steed. Supalpal ang inabot. And there will be no call there. Throwing his body to the defender. Abyss on the break. Abyss, the jump stop. Pasa sa labas. Mababagaling ng bahagya ni Goho Cruz. Gusto ng isolation. Crossover. Goho Cruz. Pasa kay Abyss. Abyss. Karambola dito. Nakuha ng JRU. Here comes Sean Salvador. Trying to attack the back, pedaling John Abyss. And Lorenaria on the putback.
See, that's what I was talking about kanina when I was telling you about the second chance points. Yan yung kailangan alagaan din ng Perpetual if they wanna keep the lead. Kasi JRU is now only down by 8 with 4 minutes and 45 seconds left dito sa clock natin. And yung 8 points na yan, very doable yan.
Yep. Mahaba pa to. 4 minutes and 40 and the fourth. Goho Cruz. Postgame. They swing it to the other side. Orgor running 3. That's no good. Good stop for JRU. Here they come. They're down by 8. Lorenaria. Salvador against Goho Cruz. He gets the screen. They're hunting the mismatch. Lorenaria sizing up the defense, bumping, grinding, and getting fouled here by Patrick Sleep.
Holding foul in number 10, Patrick Sleep.
Makikita natin ngayon dito na nagagalit si Coach Olsen. Nagtatry mag-relay ng message dito sa Perpetual na kailangan mas lalo pa nilang iikot itong bola ng Perpetual kasi the past few possessions na nakuha nila, parang isa or dalawa lang yung nakahawak ng bola.
And especially here in the fourth quarter. more focal point of the offense has been Sean Salvador and Alan Lorenaria.
Oo.
So Lorenaria on the free throw line. He misses the first free throw. Important shots. Dami na ring mintis sa free throw line dito ng JRU. Second free throw for Lorenaria, and he splits his strategies.
Okay, the lead is now down to 6 para sa Perpetual with 4 minutes and 13 left. Again, mahaba pa po ang 4 minutes 13 na oras para dito sa fourth quarter na to. And kung kayo magpapatuloy itong JRU sa pagkuha ng stops defensively and transition nila into good offense, may chance silang manalo dito sa game na to.
So we're at 4 minutes right now. Sleet para sa tres. Mintes. But that hurts. That offensive rebound. But JRU takes care of business. Duque almost losing it. Argente. They want to get a clear out. And again, they would milk this matchup. Lorenaria off the attack. But good help by Orgo. Sleet. Goho Cruz. Nakampi nila dito ang oras. Pipigain nila to. 7 puntos na ang kanilang lamang. Sleet, atake, tatanggap ng bangga, and he would get 2 free throws.
Rushing foul number 5, Yuri Duque. Substitution.
So on that snatch back crossover, between the leg snatch back, getting smacked on the arm.
Tatlo.
Okay,
Tatlo
down
yung bantay
7
niya dun.
points. 7 points ang lamang dito.
Tatlo yung bantay niya doon.
Crucial free throws for Patrick Sleet. Cool, calm, and collected. So second free throw for Patrick Sleet. So right now, Patrick is at 10 points, 9 assists, and 5 boards. Good wiper screen by Panapanaan. Lozano, atake. Supal pa lang inabot, and that was kind of a forced shot.
Okay, itong past 3 possessions nitong JRU, lahat ng as soon as may umatake na isa sa kanila, hindi na umikot yung bola because they were really looking for those attacks, ano? Trying to get to the line.
Tsaka interesting, no? Kasi, and that's the 10th assist of Patrick Sleet of that post-up. And this lead ballooned to 11 with 3:04 remaining in the fourth quarter. How about this? Patrick Sleet posting up Lorenaria off the double, finding the big guy underneath the basket for his 10th assist of the ball game, and more importantly, padding the lead to double digits.
Oo, and kung sa mga nanonood dyan, napapansin nyo na si Sleety Boy ang point of attack ng Perpetual. Tinatansya rin niya kung kailan siya shoot and kung kailan siya papasa. Kung kailangan sumot ng Perpetual, doon siya gumagawa ng paraan na i-involve yung teammates niya. Kasi by doing that, doon sa time naman na hindi ina-expect ng kalaban, siya naman yung umaatake.
Pressure release para sa kanya.
Oo, parang pinadadali niya yung basketball para sa teammates niya. And napaka-fit talaga para sa kanya yung sistema nito ni Coach Olsen.
So JRU with 3 minutes to salvage their season. They're down by 11. Lorenaria, screen by Salvador. Lorenaria again trying to challenge the defense of the heavy bomb, the Altas rather, and he cuts down the lead to 9 points.
Ang tagal nating hindi nakita tong full court pressure nitong JRU. medyo naglaylo sila doon sa pagiging aggressive nila sa defense, especially this fourth quarter.
Lakas umatake rin talaga nitong Lorenaria. High school, ganyan na siya maglaro. Pagkangat sa college, ganun pa rin. And very, very impressed with the way JRU has played this season. They are a tough out every time. They are a tough customer whenever you're playing against them. And they're a very young squad. Walang ka-graduate dito, as far as I know.
And again, they're a rebuilding team. So, hindi mo naman agad makukuha yan in the first couple of years. It's gonna be a step-by-step process. And if you achieve something in the first few years, that's good, that's great. But really, the target is after a few years. Kapag ka talagang, normally, nasa mga 3 to 5 eh.
Yep.
To really build that foundation and to, you know, to really set up kung ano man yung gusto mo na ipaintindi talaga dun sa team.
Especially on deck for season 102. Lawrence Mangubat and Chris Rubilla.
Oo, papasok na rin yung mga yun. And very notable names yan.
Champion yan, galing sa Mapua. Of course, now moving to the Cherry Heavy Bombers. And 13 foul called on the side of the Cherry Heavy Bombers. Perpetual Altas, rather. Baseline inbound. Salvador with a shot fake. Going to his spot. Taking and knocking down the three. So this lead is just down to 6. Entering our last 2 minutes. And they gotta stop here. Duque for 3. And he knocks it down. Buhay na buhay pa rito ang kampanya ng Heavy Bombers with back-to-back triples courtesy of Sean Chauncey Salvador and Duque. They trim the lead to just a single field goal. Rebuilding? Nope. Time is now para rito sa JRU Heavy Bomber. Sean Salvador, first three-pointer. And then he gets the double off that stop. Duque knocking down the 3. And the kids enjoying the action right here. Start them early.
Oh, and again, back against the wall. You have nowhere to go but, you know, face them head on. So, this is gonna be a do-or-die game para dito sa JRU. So if they lose this game, it's gonna be the end of their season para sa kanila. But if they win this game, they force another game na kalabanin ulit yung Perpetual. Another chance para mapakita na deserve nila umabot dun sa taas na yan. Ano? But again, we have 1 minute and 51 left sa clock with 3 points down. Coming off a 12-point lead. Medyo nagkaroon ng breakdown itong Perpetual kasi napakaganda na nakuha ang stops ng JRU and at the same time yung back-to-back baskets na meron sila.
So they go back. They're looking for this post-up on Patrick's team. Orgo against Duque. Good switch right there. Being blanketed. Sean Orgo, 4 seconds on the shot clock. 1 minute and 31. Baseline inbound for Perpetual. Orgo as the trigger man. He is joined by Abies, Nunez, Steve, and Goho Cruz. These are their starters, the finishing 5 for Coach Olsen. Steve goes baseline. That is shot clock violation.
That would have been a good move by Sleety Boy. Kaso, kinulang sila sa oras dun.
A good defense there by JRU, and the referees would take a look at this for security purposes. Dahil they want to make this call, the right call. They want to be secure in this one because this might be a game-swinging call.
Oo. Importante itong magiging tawag na to kasi pwedeng ito yung magbigay sa kanila ng tabla or dikit.
Eh, alam naman ni Coach Olsen, hindi rin nagreklamo na si Coach Olsen. It looks like Patrick Seat was still holding on to the ball before, when the shot clock expired. So we'll see.
Pero kung halimbawa naman ma-counted yun, that's gonna be big for them.
Yeah, exactly.
But in this case, the refs will not count it kasi nga inabutan ng buzzer itong si Slady Boy.
So here we go. Lorenaria, this has been very familiar. Trying to look for their shooters. Handoff, Duque against Orgo. He gets a screen here. Showing up. Panapanaan, 8 seconds on the clock. Salvador, dribbling, taking, missing. Lorenaria for the big board. Pass back. Lozano for 3. Right on the line. Scramble again for possession. And that is it. Steals it from the kick out.
Pero napakaganda pa rin nung second chance points na nakuha dito ng JRU. Nabigyan sila ng chance para makita ng isa pang look. Pero both shots, unfortunately, hindi pumasok.
So 5 seconds. Sweet. He attacks. That's a football move. Football carry. And the finish with the flex by Patrick Sweet on the right side. And that might be the finisher for the Perpetual Altas as they hold on to a 5-point lead with 34 seconds and change remaining here in the ballgame. And let's see this again one more time. Football carry, taking the contact, finishing under duress. Patrick Sleet, 1v1 with a little bit of help. Almost 3 guys being taken to the cup by Patrick Sleet, and he earned that flex.
Oh, I mean, the entire game, that's what he's been doing, going straight to the right, carrying that ball with his entire weight and making sure he gets that contact and that separation to set himself up for that wide open layup.
And the Altas Angels were shown. Ano kayong tawag dun sa mga yun? Yun ang kailangan natin malaman, Prince.
Oh, lambutan.
So
They're feeling it, They're feeling it.
Yeah.
Siyempre, of course, after that basket, I mean, who wouldn't if you're a fan of the Altas? Kahit sino naman siguro mag-celebrate talaga eh. Kasi up by 5 and 34.3 seconds left in the clock. That's huge. Additional para dun sa 3 points kanina na parang medyo mas comfortable yung pakiramdam. And kumbaga, binigyan ka ng extra na leeway na magkamali.
Yep. And 1 foot, they feel, is inside the final 4. They need to get stops here. They need to get a rebound. Talking about Perpetual, for JRU, you want to get the best available shot right away, so the ball would still go back to you.
Oh, this has to be a 2-for-1 possession para dito sa JRU.
Pero matagal na develop to, Prince. Lorenaria going strong to the cup, and that's the stop that Perpetual needs. And the foul being given up here by JRU.
holding foul.
Oh, but I think the refs have to review itong clock kasi parang medyo maaga pa nung final ng JRU. Oo.
Doon pa lang sa rebound. Final na si...
So, may time dapat na maibalik.
And the line to John Abbas.
Or I guess not.
So Abbas right now on the line. Finishing touches here for them to enter the final 4. And be the first higher seed team to do so.
Kumbaga pinapatunayan lang nila kung bakit sila number 1 dun sa bracketing nila. Na effective pa rin yung sistema nila, and you know, once they start playing together and in one page, you know, they can dominate.
Yep. So Abbas, second free throw. that secures this lead at 7. JRU trying to shoot for the stars. And a scramble off the board. Possession would remain with JRU. But there would be a review here.
Will be having
So 18.2. So this was the last rebound, Prince. So I think that would stay with
The
Heavy
JRU.
bombers.
Parang si Slity ko yata yung medyo nakatouch ng bola ng last.
Yep. No graduating players for JRU. Still an intact team with reinforcements waiting on the wings.
I mean, etong narating nila ngayon, kung ipagpapatuloy nila na eto, and again, walang gagraduate sa kanila. So they have a very, promising next season para sa kanila. No? Kasi again, yung sistema nila na ginawa nila this year would be instilled in them. And having to, hone it even more, preparation para dun sa susunod, walang mawawala. And possibly may mga madadagdag pa na pwedeng, magbigay ng extra na power at saka lakas para dito sa JRU sa susunod na season. So I see a bright season 1 or 2 for them.
Yep. And they're just getting started. Again, it's Coach Nani Apondulan's first year. Nothing to be ashamed of. They're really a tough out. They've been pushing Perpetual to the brink here. As Lorinaria still not stopping. And they're fouling it right away as Panapanaan gives up that duty foul.
foul in number 27.
So Panapanaan still attacking. Talagang pinapalikat eh.
Oo, again, sa panahon ngayon kasi yan na yung dyan na talaga papunta yung mga slasher natin eh. Hindi mo mapapansin masyado kasi hindi lahat ng katawan makikita mo. Pero isa yan sa paulit-ulit na ginagawa in practice and sa mga solo extra workouts. Yung mga skill workouts na ginagawa ng mga players ngayon, dyan na talaga papunta yung basketball eh.
Yep.
To create that separation and that space through the contact. Tapos yung mga big man naman, sila naman yung medyo naglalaro sa labas.
So JP Boral knocks down that free throw. For 7-point lead. Oh, and Lorinaria holding on to his knee. After that fall.
Oh, na Charlie Horse ata.
Mukhang nabangga. Napapagpag niya lang to. So, the way that he was holding on to his knee.
Oo, natakot din ako kanina. I mean, those are the things that you,
Mga bata mo.
you wouldn't want to see in a game.
Especially towards the latter stages. Ito, down by 7, JRU. Still trying as long as there's time. They're not stopping. Panapanaan. Underneath.
Ivan Panapanaan.
A quick foul given up here by Panapanaan. So we're just waiting for a final score.
Holding foul number 1.
With the impending victory of the Perpetual Altas.
Penalty.
As they are the first team to qualify for a Final Four.
But again, kung itong Altas, kita naman natin sa game na to, from the very beginning, you know na they mean business, and you know, like what Coach Olsen said, they're treating it as if it is a knockout game na parang after nitong game na to, tapos na talaga.
And they stay disciplined for the most part of this
yes.
game, despite giving up that lead.
May mga lapses. There will be lapses. And again, hindi mo naman maiiwasan yung lapses. But the way they turned around from all the lapses and, to make sure na they held on to their lead hanggang sa dulo, yun yung props talaga eh.
And our final score, 81-74. The Perpetual Altas barge into our Final Four as the first team to qualify And deservedly so. Patrick Steve, 14.6 boards, 10 assists, and 2 steals. And the Altas securing that Final Four berth.
Note ko lang ha, in under 23 minutes yan.
Yep.
That's around 22 minutes of playing time. He gets 14, 6, and 10 with 2 steals.
And good overall performance by the Altas. Just being a tough out itong JRU Heavy Bombers. Throughout the season, they've played really tough, really well. And hats off to the Heavy Bombers too for a great season 101 campaign.
Yeah, and a well-fought knockout game.
And let's hear the school hymns from both squads. And there you have it. JRU bowing out of contention. Final score 81-74. The Perpetual Altas get the first ticket to our flight to the Final Four. Final score 81-74. Stats, analysis, and some interviews as we wrap this game up. Diyan lamang po kayo mga kapuso.
Right, 81-74, that is our final score. The Perpetual Altas taking care of business going into the Final Four. First team to qualify. Ako po si Coach Hammer Martin Antonio, Prince Rivero, kasama natin dito. And of course, with us right now is the winning coach, Coach Olsen Nasela. Coach, number one thing, congratulations. Great win for you guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Prince. But, we're happy with the win. We made it to the Final Four finally, but the job is not yet done.
All right, first time, Coach, to qualify in the Final Four under your tutelage. Maganda yung inilaro ninyo both offensively and defensively. What are the things that really stuck out to you with this ballgame?
Well, the way we executed against the zone, we expected that JRU will show zone, and we worked on that, and I think the players really executed our game plan offensively and more so defensively.
Okay, Coach, napakaganda nga nung pagkabasa nyo na yun, no, Coach. Dun sa second group ninyo, Coach, kanina na medyo nag-struggle kayo offensively in running the plays. Ano yung pinaka naging parang talking point ninyo once bumalik na ulit yung first group nung ni-remind nyo yung second group nyo dun sa possible na naging mga pagkukulang nila?
Well, at the half, sinabi ko sa kanila, ang focus kasi nila was on offense eh. Inisip nila kung paano sila mag-score against that zone. Sabi ko, hindi. Ang focus natin should be on the defensive end. Hindi nga tayo makashoot, tas hindi rin tayo makastop. So I told them, every time a team makes a run, we focus on defense. And we made adjustments at the half. Yeah, we came out with the victory.
Coach, after the half, you were leading by 4 points and then you added 8 points to it. Defensively, you were able to take away the shooter, especially Sean Argente. Especially, kiniin nyo ba siya during the preparation stages? Dahil halos wala siya nakuhang touches na magaganda at malilinis.
Oo, siya, tsaka si Salvador. Sinabi ko dun sa mga wings namin, sa mga guards, be ready to put your running shoes on. Dahil hahabol at hahabol sila every possession ng JRU. And our bigs were there also as yung last line of defense kung hindi man makahabol yung mga guards namin. Pero grabe yung hinabol nila. JRU really runs a great system. Kudos to Coach Nani. And defensively, maayos din sila. So that's what I told them na this game is going to be won in the end sa fourth quarter.
Okay, Coach, ako naman yung sistema mo na ni-run mo the entire season with Perpetual, especially with this game today. Naging effective yung zone defense nila sa inyo for the better part of the game. But your players stuck to their positions, disciplined, and very eager to run the offense. How were you able to instill that to each and every one of them? Na kailangan maniwala sila na pag naging patient sila, maganda yung magiging outcome pag nag-execute.
Well, I appreciate their willingness to execute. Very open sila sa lahat ng sinasabi ko. Lahat susundin nila, of course, but they're young. Minsan nagkakamali sila. But for the most part, they really are eager to execute lahat ng gusto namin. And that's what I appreciate about them. Having a system is one, but having players who are willing to execute and sacrifice, especially on the defensive end, iba rin yun. So malaking bagay yung mga players.
Coach, balikan ko yung sinabi mo kanina. It's about your big guys providing that last layer of protection defensively, but offensively they came up really big. John Abes, Jericho Nunez, even si Riesi Tolabot, si Helsano had quality minutes. Coach, were you really adamant din? Kasi napapansin ng mga tao si MGC at saka si Patrick Seek, but your big guys this season have been really, really good.
Yun yung perfect ng mga role players eh. Si Jericho, he is our main anchor sa depensa namin. And he has improved a lot through the years, especially with his finishes underneath. Pero grabe yung depensa niya. And kahit ganyang kalaki yan, nakakadepensa yan sa wing. And si Jello naman, mataas ang IQ nung batang yun eh. I expect him really to play a crucial role in our program, especially next year. So, but yung bigs namin nandyan, underrated sila, but you know, they do their role. And I'm happy that, you know, they're playing well also.
Coach, kanina pinoint out nga ni Prince nung nagkaroon ng switch na si Sean Salvador was with Jericho Nunez. Siya na mismo yung kumokontain ng one-on-one and walang napuntahan si Sean Salvador kahit na clean shot. Sinabi kanina.
Sinabi ko yun kanina. Again, very important yung how agile yung big man itong Perpetual under Coach Olsen. And earlier, very, very evident na makikita natin na each and every one of them, they complement each other defensively. You know, there were lapses, but they were able to help each other out to the point na they're getting good stops, great stops.
Coach, ito, dahil marami kaming oras ngayon ni Prince na kasama ka.
Yung players na lang.
Marami kaming oras. Sige, one more question para kay Coach Olsen. Coach, moving forward now, you're in the Final Four. You're waiting for the matchup of Arellano and Letran. Letran played really well yesterday with big shots in the second half. What are the things that you want to tighten up with your ship going into the Final Four?
Well, one more of belief. Talo kami dun sa parehong teams na binanggit mo. Talo kami sa Arellano last game. We lost to Letran in the elimination. So one is yung belief that, you know, they can beat these two teams. But sa game plan, di ko pa alam. Mamaya, papanoorin ako. May message kita kung anong sa... Pero malakas pareho eh.
Prince na exercise kasi yung... Nung naglalaro pa ako kay Coach Nash, nung nag-start mag-coach si Coach Olsen, kasama ako sa debrief eh. Meron kami kinakainan lagi ako kasama sa debrief. Coach it's a hard-earned win for you guys. Now it's your time to thank all the people who are supporting you guys.
Oh yes, of course. First I'd like to say hi to anak ni Coach Carlo, si Iggy. He's watching right now. But and of course, the whole Perpetual community for all your support. Grabe yung support dito sa loob ng MOA Arena. Sana supportahan nyo kami sa Final Four. And of course, special mention to Boss Alta for all your support to the team. At Final Four na po tayo. Sana madagdagan pa by next week. Salamat sa suporta ng the whole Perpetual community.
And there you have it, Coach Olsen Racela. Shorter commute for the whole Perpetual community. And we expected everyone, and they were here. Everybody was here.
Tama.
Hindi lang kahapon sa Philoel Arena. So there you go, the head coach of the Perpetual Altas. Mamaya, babalikan pa namin kayo with a lot more stats and some more interviews with our players. Yan lamang po kayo. So we're still here wrapping up the ball game between the Perpetual Altas and the GRU Heavy Bombers. Of course, the Altas taking care of business, going to the Final Four, 81-74. 4. Kasama natin ngayon our best player of the game, Patrick Street. Patrick, good job, Sleety Boy.
Thank you, thank you.
Ganda ng inilaro mo. Napansin namin ni Prince na ganadong-ganado ka ngayon. And to start off, simula pa lang, first 2 possessions, umatake ka agad. Was it a clear instruction by Coach Olsen?
Well, yun nga, as a leader of the team, talagang pumunta ako sa game na to with the intentions to set the pace para yung mga teammates ko, lalo na yung mga bata, is sumunod. And yun, yung pinakita ko lang sa kanila yung kaya kong gawin.
He showed the way. He showed the way and then the rest will follow. O, diba? But again, ako naman, question ko naman sa'yo with your mindset on how you control the way you play. May times na aggressive ka on offense, may times na aggressive ka in setting up your teammates, especially kapag kailangan nyo ng shoot. Ano yung pinaka-mindset mo coming into games, not just this game, coming into games, how do you set your mind na, okay, ito yung gusto kong gawin today, ito yung mga plan ko na i-set up today. Paano yung nangyayaring preparation mo for that?
Well, actually, ako, wala naman akong plano or kahit ano. I just always remind myself to be in the present. Kung ano yung binibigay ng depensa, yun din yung ibibigay ko. So, yun. And yun, nag-focus lang din ako sa strength ko, which is to attack. Yun.
And being an attacker ngayon, Patrick, in this ball game, you tallied your season high 10 assists. But more importantly, it came a lot after you got the first 2 attacks. Was it really something that you're looking for? Kasi ngayon, unang pasa mo kay MGC, tumama yung 3. Tapos kay Abis sa elbow. And then binigyan mo rin ng isa off a post-up si Jericho Nunez. Was it something that you were really looking into? Dahil pag dinadala ka na sa poste, kumpul-kumpul na yung bantay.
Yun nga, katulad-ulit nung sasabihin ko. Tinatry ko lang talaga to make the right read every time. Para, yun nga kasi gusto ni Coach Olsen, high percentage shot kami every time. So, yun. At that moment, nakita ko open si Jericho. So, dinam ko na sa kanya.
Okay, now that you guys already secured a spot na sa Final Four, your mindset coming into the Final Four, ano yung magiging preparation nyo? Personally, syempre, kasi hindi pa natin alam kung sino yung mga kalaban nyo. And ano yung pinaka-reminders na ibibigay mo sa teammates mo coming dun sa Final Four na laban ninyo?
Yun nga, sa tingin ko sasabihin ko sa kanila, whatever we're doing, it's not enough. We have to add more to our games. We have to put in extra effort. And yun, kailangan ba namin mag-grow? Not as individuals, but at this time as a team na. Kasi lalaban na kami sa mas mahirap na at mas mataas na kompetisyon.
And speaking of higher competition, you would be facing either of the 2 teams that has beaten you this season. What are the things that you're looking into personally? Because you were beaten by Arellano by 1 point. You were beaten here by Letran. Tama, dito kayo nagkaginaan. Oh, sa Piloy. You were taken out of your rhythm against Letran. So, what are the things that personally on that point, ano yung mga tingin mong kailangan ninyong i-adjust?
Well, yun nga. Almost lahat ng talo namin is sinusona kami. So, yun, we've been really working on that as a team. Kasi yun, dun kami nag-struggle. Dun nanggaling lahat ng talo namin. So, if they're gonna do that again, we'll be ready this time, I guess.
Yep, ready nga sila Patrick kanina, Prince. There were a few instances na downhill, hindi makakuha yung second group. Pagbalik ng first group, may sagot agad.
Tama. Very good. Congratulations.
Alright, so with that being said, Pat, pasalamatan mo na yung mga sumusuporta sa inyo. Go!
Yun, unang-unang nagpapasalamat ako kay Lord for giving us this win. And secondly, gusto ko din pasalamatan yung Perpetual community for the all-out support today. Talagang ramdam na ramdam namin sila. And yun, special shoutout din sa nanay ko at kay kuya at sa best friend ko, si Ngani. Nandito sila ngayon. So I think sila yung one of the reasons for giving me extra energy in this game and extra focus. And yun, shoutout din sa mga teammates ko for trusting me, the coaches. And shoutout sa mga tropa ko dyan, sa mga taga-Puerto and sa The Good Boys, kay the best friend ko, Joshua Pretz, kay Justin Lopez, Jeremy Tate. Hindi ko na kayo isa-isahin, you know who. And yun, shoutout sa lahat ng sumuporta sa akin. Thank you.
Alright, there you go. Patrick Sleet, taking care of business, our best player of the game with a double-double, 14, 10, and 6. Complete menu being served by Patrick Sleet. Maraming salamat. Ito ang ating endgame stats sa Prince.
Okay, so endgame stats natin. Natapos yung game with 81-74 by the Perpetual, securing their spot in the Final Four. So, they have 7 out of 27 3-point field goals made. So medyo pasok pa rin yun dun sa percentage nila when it comes to their outside shooting. But Coach Olsen said they're gonna really take care of that. And they have 24 assists. 10 of those came from Patrick Sleet. And then 35 perimeter points. And, you know, that has been a problem para sa JRU kanina. Ano? And their starter points being 62, knowing that JRU is one of the teams na talagang pumipigil ng mga scoring ng starters when it comes to this season. But in this game, you know, they had trouble. They had a problem with how Perpetual ran their offense the entire game because they were moving the ball, making sure involving all the defenders and getting those open shots that they were looking for.
Alright, so yan key stand dyan, yung starter scoring. Both teams are number 1 and number 2, limiting the starters of other teams. Pero ang nakadepensa ng maganda is the number 1 team, the Perpetual Altas. So, 62, na-limit nila below 33, which is their season average. So, going into the playoff picture now, Prince.
Okay, so ngayon aantayin ni Perpetual kung sinong mananalo against Arellano versus Letran, which parehas natalo sila dun during the season. And again, balikan natin sinabi ni Coach Olsen na pagpe-preparahan nila, panunuorin nila yung magiging games para dun sa mga possible na checklist na kailangan nilang gawin, you know, to get things done.
Well, rightfully so, sinabi nga na zone defense has been a challenge for the Perpetual Alta. So we'll see if they can heed the call and find their rhythm not only offensively but sinabi nga ni Coach Olsen, defensively. Doon sila talaga kakarga with their preparation. So Prince, that was a good game for the Altas. And this game, which is slam bang to. Maraming history itong dalawang teams na ito na magkalaban.
Tama.
So later on, it will be the Sun Beda Red Lions against the LPU Pirates. A lot of history made here in Mall of Asia Arena between these two teams, not only in the regular season, but also in the playoffs, in the Final Four, in the finals. And we shall see if Coach Gilbert Malabanan and the Pirates have another trump card in their pockets that would extend this series, or if Coach Yuri Escueta has the answers and finally barge into that Final Four. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng tumutok sa atin. Ako po si Coach Hammer Martin Antonio for Prince Rivero, Tati Austria on the side, and all our teammates for GMA Sports. Ito po ang inyong NCAA Season 101, Building Greatness.
Sabi nila bilog ang bola, umiikot lang ang kapalaran. Nasa iyong kamay ang bukas, magtiwala lang kaibigan. Matalo man o magwagi, stay humble but always proud. Malayo ang mararating if you've got your feet on the ground. Ito na ang biggest game ng iyong buhay. Together we'll be flying high. This is our league, this is our moment. Sa puso mo, the sky is the limit. Tara na, magsama-sama, dahil together we own the future. This is our league, this is our moment. Sa puso mo, the sky is the limit. Tara na, magsama-sama, dahil together we own the future. Kaya natin kabaelan tayo daytoy. Kaya natin ini, kaya ta ini. Kaya natin kabaelan tayo daytoy. Kaya natin ini. We own the future. Hindi tayo susuko. Bawat laro buong puso. Maganda ang bukas, it starts today. Kaya mo yan batang NCAA. Ito na ang biggest game ng iyong buhay. Together we'll be flying high.
From a field of 10 teams, we are down to 7. And we are saying hello from the Mall of Asia Arena here in Pasay City for our live and exclusive coverage of NCAA Season 101, Building Greatness. And after the University of Perpetual Health System, Dalta eliminated the JRU Heavy Bombers 81-74 to advance to the quarterfinals, or the semifinals rather. Ngayon naman tayo ay tutungo sa ating pangalawang quarterfinals game on this day, Thursday, November 27, as the Beda University Red Lions, the top team in Group B, will take on the number 4 ranked LPU Pirates. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng mga nanonood ngayon. We are live on GTV, simulcast on Heart of Asia, and we'd like to remind everybody to follow and subscribe our social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram at GMA Sports PH. And as always, a huge shoutout sa lahat ng ating mga kapusong nanonood dito sa Pilipinas at mula sa iba't ibang bahagi ng mundo sa pamamagitan ng NCAA Philippines sa YouTube. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay Pilipinas, my name is Anton Rojas, working alongside former LPU Pirate, former San Sebastian Golden Stag, now playing in the professional level, Renzo Navarro. Renzo, this should be a very interesting game dahil matatandaan natin na tinalo ng LPU etong Beda in convincing fashion at the Rizal Memorial Coliseum.
Good morning to you, Anton, and good morning to all the NCAA fans. Actually, good afternoon pala. And you're right, this is gonna be an exciting one kasi makikita natin kung paano babawi yung Beda dun sa first meeting nila and kung paano itutuloy-tuloy ng LPU yung winning ways nila.
At kung paano babawi itong Beda from their last game, which was a tough loss against their arch rival, the Letran Knights. So many storylines, so many subplots in this game. And to tell us all about that, we have our courtside reporter, Bianca Tagarda. She was able to speak to the coaches and the players. She will be our eyes and ears in the huddle and in the dugout. Babalikan natin si Bianca in the first quarter. But Renzo, I already mentioned it in our first game, Perpetual eliminating JRU. So umabante na sila sa semifinals, booking that first Final Four ticket. Now, we move over to the other side of the bracket where Beda looks to do the same.
You're right, it happened earlier, no? Nag-advance na nga yung Perpetual. Pero yung Arellano versus Letran, yung Benilde versus Mapua, pupunta yan sa Game 2. But right now, we have Beda versus LPU. This is gonna be an exciting one kasi nga katulad ng sinabi natin kanina, Beda finishing number 1 in Group B, yung LPU number 4 in Group A, pero yung nag-iisang meeting nila for this season, nanalo yung LPU dun. Napakalaki ng lamang, sobrang daming players na maganda yung nilaro. So napaka-excited kung anong gagawin ng Beda na bawi against LPU in this afternoon.
They will try to put a straight jacket and some barba stoppers today because sila ang gumawa during that game last November 4 at the Rizal Memorial Coliseum. Josh Moralejo went absolutely berserk, 24 points, 5 out of 7 from beyond the line. But this guy right here, there is a lot of talk about him being the next rookie MVP in the NCAA. He can do it all, and he's coming off a career performance, a career game, 34 points against Letran. Kaya lang natalo sila against the Knights.
Well, he's definitely one of those guys who could be in that conversation yung rookie MVP na yan. He's averaging 19.8 points per game, which is number 1 in the NCAA, 6.1 rebounds per game, 1.5 assists per game. So, Jonty Miller, talagang siya yung siya yung number 1 scorer nitong Beda. So, pag maganda yung nilalaro niya, pag mataas yung production niya, 100% panalo yung Beda.
2 seasons ago, we had another rookie MVP in the NCAA. It was Clint Escamis. Jonty Miller could be the next rookie MVP. He balled out in the last game, as we just mentioned, getting some words from Coach Norman Black. And having a light moment there, that's something nice to see. Coach Norman Black and Jonty Miller getting ready and looking relaxed for this matchup against LPU. Ngayon, nakausap natin itong dati mong teammate, Ato Barba. Very emotional, Renzo. 8 seasons in the NCAA, 3 in the juniors, and then of course, 5th and final year. Could be his final game today if they lose.
So last game, Ato Barba with 22 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists. So a little bit of everything for LPU, enough for them to secure that win against San Sebastian and for them to advance to this round. And this guy has been in the NCAA for 8 seasons, as we mentioned. So alam niya na yung mga ganitong sitwasyon. Hindi na yan marirattle, alam niya na, familiar na siya sa mga ganito kalaking games. So I'm really excited to see kung paano magpe-perform si Ato Barba in this game.
A former NCAA Juniors MVP with the LPU Junior Pirates. Last year, he was a member of the Mythical Five, Ato Barba. You can expect him to go all out today and start this game aggressive. Now, there were some players, particularly on the LPU side, Jonathan Daileg, clutch three-pointers. Meron pa siyang isang tira na tumama sa board that created the separation for them to win over San Sebastian.
Well, that was the adjustment that we talked about to Coach Gilbert no, na nilagay niya sa 4 spot itong si Jonathan Daileg na talaga naging very effective for them, especially in that game against San Sebastian. Kaya siya yung matchup natin ngayon against the team captain of San Beda na si Yukin Andrada na siya yung si Yukin yung pinaka-effective dun sa stretch 4 spot na yan.
So like Ato Barba, Yukian is also playing in his 5th and final year in the NCAA. So batchmates yan, dalawang yan, Yukian and Ato Barba. They've been playing against each other for a very long time, dating back from the juniors division. And we are ready to go. We are here at the Mall of Asia Arena in Pasay City for this big-time matchup between San Beda and LPU. Let's get to meet our starters.
Sa GTV on simulcast sa Heart of Asia worldwide sa GMA News TV at may live streaming pa sa gmanetwork.com, NCAA Philippines website, YouTube at Facebook. Our main game of the quarterfinals, it's the San Beda Red Lions facing the LPU Pirates. The Red Lions have the twice to beat advantage. Let's meet our starting fives. Starting for the San Beda Red Lions at guard number 12, Nigel Gonzalez. The other guard number 9, Brian Sahonia. At center number 5, Joe Celso. Forward number 2, Miles Coldura. And the other forward number 21, Yukian Andrada. The head coach of the Red Lions is Yuri Escueta. Starting for the LPU Pirates. At guard number 8, Richmond Casino. The other guard number 3, John Ato Barba. At center number 15, Genesis Saviles. Forward number 24, Jonathan Daileg. And the other forward
We're seeing
number 13,
and hearing a lot of
Kyle
adjustments
Montaño. The head coach
from
of
both
Pirates
sides,
is
actually.
Gilbert
Miles
Malabanan.
Coldora earning the start
Our
today. This is just the 5th time na magsa-start itong si Coldora. At para naman sa panig ni Coach Gilbert Malabanan, Richmond Casino earns the start. This is going to be the 5th start for Casino. In his first season as a member of the LPU Pirates, we have Celeste, Manialak, and Ferrer, our referees for this quarterfinal matchup between San Beda and LPU.
Start of the
San Beda
first
looking to be
quarter.
the second team after Perpetual to advance to the Final Four or the semifinals. Here we go. San Beda gets the first possession. Nigel Gonzalez, binigay kay Coldora. Andrada gets it to Sahonia. Sahonia fumbles the ball. And LPU gets an early stop.
And that's their game, talking about the LPU. They really force a lot of turnovers, and in that possession, they played a little 1-3-1 zone na nag-cause ng confusion sa offense ng San Beda. That's why they committed that turnover.
Casino. Daileg. Daileg gets it to Barba. Barba, too strong. Good play and execution to start. Di lang na-finish ni Ato as Sahonia drives strong to the basket.
And this is scary for LPU. If Brian Sahonia is really going to be aggressive, attacking that paint area, this is going to be a long day for LPU.
Barba. Backing down Gonzalez. Barba. Fade away. Coldora hauls down the rebound. So that's 2 attempts for Ato Barba to start this contest. Oh, Coldora bobbles the basketball.
Well, that was a tough shot by Ato Barba. I really believe na wala siya masyadong advantage on the post against Nigel Gonzalez. So, I think meron pang ibang looks na pwedeng i-explore itong si Barba para makascore.
Casino. It's Sahonia defending Ato Barba. Trying to deny him. Bola na kay Montaño. Montaño gets it to Barba. It's Barba against Andrada. Third shot, third miss by Ato Barba. He's been trying different types of attacks. Just unsuccessful so far as Andrada drains the corner triple.
Well, you gotta love the aggressiveness of Ato Barba, pero he has to realize na itong buong San Beda squad na to, nag-prepare para depensahan siya. And for San Beda, that's the right shot for you. You really have to get Yuki and Andrada involved in your offense kasi mataas ang percentage.
Dileg with a drop pass to Montaño. Montaño gets LPU on the board. Gonzalez. Gonzalez to Andrada. Andrada from the free throw line. Dileg with the rebound. Dileg to Montaño. Montaño for three. No, Celso with the board.
Well, that's a good shot by Gael Montaño. Talagang kailangan nila kunin lahat ng opportunities nila on fast break kasi yun yung laro ng LPU eh.
Andrada to Sahonia. Sahonia on the pull-up. And Celso hauls down the rebound. A foul was called. Now we get our first courtside update from Bianca Tagarda.
Anton and Renzo with 4 graduating players on the side of the Red Lions. Coach Andre Santos shares how he, together with Coach Yuri Escueta, plans to advance the semis by not repeating the same mistakes that they did in their previous matchup versus the LPU Pirates. Ika nga niya, we plan to keep this a low-scoring match by focusing more on our defense. Pero nakausap ko rin ang isa sa mga graduating players na si team captain Yuki Andrada at sabi nga niya, having a twice-to-beat advantage is not a reason for them to perform less than they should. Dagdag pa nito, the team's morale and confidence is high despite a loss over their arch rival, the Letran Knights, in their last game of the eliminations. But here in the quarterfinals, tignan natin how their morale would transpire in this ball game. Now, Anton and Renzo, can we say that defense is the team of today's ball game?
We can't say that. We can say that in any ball game. Because as they say, defense wins championships.
Well, especially in a playoff game, talagang magbo-boil down yan sa kung sino yung mas magaling mag-execute, especially on defense. And early in the first, nakikita natin kung gaano kaganda yung depensa ng San Beda, especially against Ato Barba.
Sahonia launches for three. Barba taps it to the wrong man, Gonzalez. Andrada, top of the key three, short, and Aviles hauls down the rebound.
Well, I know Yukin and Andrada missed that shot, but you can't give Yukin those wide open shots kasi eventually papasok yan for Yukin.
Dileg, too strong. Gonzalez. Andrada. Nigel wants it in the post. Gives it back to Brian. Brian throws it out to Coldora. Andrada has to shoot. Andrada from the free throw line. Binin. Celso. Yukin to Sahonia. Sahonia throws it out. Coldora. Gonzalez looks up at the shot clock. Gonzalez from way out. Aviles with the board.
Well, that's the third offensive rebound of San Beda. So you really can't give multiple chances to a great team like San Beda. They execute really well. So pag bigyan mo pa sila ng maraming chance, talagang masasaktan ka if you're LPU.
Dileg. Rebound Gonzalez. Gonzalez to Sahonia. Sahonia lays it up and in.
And that's a great look coming from LJ Gonzalez. Yung takbo ni Sahonia na yun. I think ito rin yung isa sa mga game plan ng San Beda. Ito really attack Ato Barba. Make him work on defense as well.
Only Montaño has scored for LPU. Aviles sneaks in. And Coach Yuri Escueta wants to talk things over. A 7-4 start for the Red Lions. What a move by Brian Sahonia. And what a pass by Nigel Gonzalez. And a very happy Mr. Paul Supan, despite JRU's exit in our first game. Still a season to be proud of. Coach Nani Apondulan defying expectations. Dr. Alan Laico from LPU, and of course, Coach Dax Castellano of the De La Salle College of St. Benilde. Seven to 4. That is the score.
And this is a quick sub for LPU, fielding in Josh Moralejo, Renz Villegas, and JM Versosa already.
So you have two speedy guards in there, Villegas and Moralejo. LPU hoping that Moralejo catches fire the same way he did at the Rizal Memorial Coliseum. Villegas on the fadeaway, Lina with the board.
But I think ito yung naging adjustment ng LPU with their lineup. Nilalagay na nila sa 2-spot itong si Renz Villegas para makapag-focus lang siya on scoring, and si Josh na yung bahala mag-facilitate.
Lina, power moves.
Vacuum foul number 23. On LPU.
And you can see Lina looks a whole lot leaner now. Parang mas kondisyon as the season went along.
Well, this is the right time for him to be at his peak. Talking about yung conditioning na to ni Lina, no? Kasi playoffs na eh. Talagang kakailanganin na siya.
Lina on the roll. Villegas to Barba. Barba puts it up and in.
Well, this is where it's gonna be hard to stop Ato Barba and the LPU Pirates when they're running. Kaya kanina sa report ni Bianca, sabi ni Coach Yuri na kailangan maging mababa yung scoring ng ball game na to. Hindi dapat makakatakbo ang LPU.
Meanwhile, Jimmy Reyes behind the back dribble and pull up. Reyes gets on the board.
Well, Reyes has been impressive for the Red Lions. He's just a rookie, pero the way he plays, the way he controls the game, very impressive eh. Talagang kayang-kaya niya.
Moralejo. Villegas for 3. Rebound, Lina. Sahonia. Sahonia. Right-handed floater. And Coach Gilbert Malabanan wants to talk things over. The lead of San Beda has grown to 7. We have attorney Jonas Cabochan of San Beda University having a nice moment here with Dr. Alan Laico. Dr. Lorenzo of Emilio Aguinaldo College is also here, as We see the San Beda Red Lions lineup enter the floor. RC Kalimang, Penny Estacio, ZJ Etule are now in for the white shirts. Villegas gets it to Daileg. Moralejo. Moralejo. Versosa. Versosa lays it up and in.
And that's a great read for Josh Moralejo. He knows na itong San Beda has prepared for his jump shot, yung mga pull-up threes niya. Kaya that's a great decision for him to drop it off to Versosa.
So now, LPU seeing some positive things after that play. Lina with the board.
Well, good things happen for LPU if Josh is the one orchestrating for them and running things for them. And ito na yung lineup ng LPU na very effective against San Sebastian. Yung nasa 4 spot itong si Jonathan Daileg.
And check foul at number 12, Josh Moralejo. That's his first personal on the Pirates.
2 minutes and 17 seconds. That's the time remaining here in the first. Reyes pulls up for 3. Kalimag with the board. Reyes. Reyes to Lina. Lina! Easy money.
Well, LPU has to do a better coverage on their ball screen. That's the second time na na-atake yung big man nila na si JM Versosa on a pick and roll action.
Moralejo. Moralejo to Daileg. Daileg for 3. And Estacio picks up the loose ball.
Ang isa ring maganda ginagawa ng San Beda right now is one shot lang lagi yung LPU eh. They're really securing those defensive rebounds. Kaya wala masyadong opportunity for LPU to score.
Villegas with the board. Villegas trying to push it up ahead to Barba. Barba. Moralejo for 3. Moralejo in and out. San Beda has out-rebounded LPU 18-7, Renzo.
And that's a big disparity. Talking about the rebounding battle of these two teams. Talagang doon kilala yung San Beda eh. Sobrang disciplined nila sa depensa. Kaya madali nilang masecure yung defensive rebounds. And on offense naman, very aggressive sila chasing those offensive boards.
Matienzo checking in for LPU and for San Beda, the #1 scorer in the NCAA, Jonty Miller.
And this is interesting for San Beda kasi pinasok lang ito si Jonty Miller with 54 seconds remaining in the first. So, tingnan natin kung ano yung magiging effect ng adjustment na yun ni Coach Yuri.
Miller nakatao dito kay Villegas. Villegas. Drop pass for Matienzo. Matienzo way underneath. Etule behind the back dribble. 3-on-1 fast break. Estacio. Miller! A two-handed dunk on the break. Miller making it look easy.
Well, that's the effect of his late entry. First shot niya, two-handed dunk agad for Jonty Miller.
These Red Lions are on a rampage. Ball doesn't touch the ground. Miller gets up in the air. Somebody put that on Instagram.
Well, San Beda is a very good half-court team. They really execute well, but when they run, they're scary as well. Especially when you have a guy like ZJ Etule who plays the 4 spot, but once he gets that defensive rebound, he can run as well.
Josh Moralejo.
Moralejo gets on the board. Miller still has time. It's Miller time. halfway down.
At the end of
Coach
one,
Yuri
it's the
Escueta
Netherlands Lions
and the San Beda Red Lions off to a roaring start. They lead the LPU Pirates 17-10 after one. NCAA Policy Board Attorney Roberto P. Laurel, Lyceum of the Philippines University. We have Coach Chico Lanete in attendance. Coach Chico Lanete, also a former Lycean and one of the country's leaders with regards to 3x3 basketball.
Really nice to see Coach Chico here supporting the LPU Pirates and supporting Philippine basketball.
Tule throws it out. Miller for three.
John P. Miller.
Too easy.
And that was already a broken play for the San Beda Red Lions, but it ended up in the hands of John P. Miller. As you see that fast break layup by Renz Villegas. And you really can't let Villegas get an open driving lane.
Basket counts.
Zeje Etula just tossed that ball out. It even bounced one time before Miller caught it for the shot, and Villegas just racing down the floor.
Substitution for San Beda, Nigel Gonzalez, Ryan Sahonia returned for the Red Lions.
Nine minutes and 38 seconds here in the second quarter. Villegas drains the free throw.
And this is what San Beda wanted. They wanted a low-scoring ball game. So I believe na nagawa nila yung game plan nila in that first quarter.
Lina to Miller. Miller, another one!
Back-to-back three!
That wasn't a wide open shot. Merong nakakontest kay John T. Miller that time, but I don't think it's enough for John T. to make him miss.
Dileg. Atienzo. Moralejo on the attack. Moralejo, no. Matienzo wrestles the ball away from Gonzalez. Versosa finishing with a left hand.
What a way for Matienzo to get that offensive rebound and the assist para dito kay Matienzo to a cutting Versosa.
Miller on the move. Miller with a midi. Misfiring. Villegas. Villegas loses his balance, but that was an impressive sequence right there. He was backpedaling when he caught that ball.
You're right, he was already backpedaling, pero mas mabilis pa siya dun sa bola.
Bismarck Lina puts it up and in, and let's get an update from courtside. Bigay natin kay Bianca Tagarda.
Anton and Renzo, this may just be another quarterfinals game for some, pero para kay Ato, Ato Barba na isang graduating team captain. This marks a milestone for his 8 years with the LPU Pirates. Sabi nga niya, LPU na ang bumuhay sa basketball career ko mula juniors pa ako. This full circle moment takes him back on how he was able to earn not just the minutes in every game he has played, but the recognition that he deserves as the seasons go by. Kaya naman sa laro na ito, he will be giving his all, whatever it takes to give back to his alma mater, together with 6 other graduating players wanting to make their mark before their collegiate career bids goodbye. Anton and Renzo.
It has indeed been a long journey from the kid from Santa Rosa, Laguna. And you know this, Renzo, you've been a part of Ato's journey as well.
Well, especially his rookie year for the collegiate ranks, no, talaga nakasama ko siya dyan. I got to know him really well, and I just love to see yung development niya and how he grew as a man.
Etule. Sahonia swings it to Gonzalez. Gonzalez throws it out to Sahonia. 9 on the shot clock. Sahonia throws it out. ZJ Etule for 3.
Zed Etule 3. Time at LPU Pirates.
Beda rolling here in the first half. 29-15 is our tally. Bismarck Lina finding Jonty Miller. They're trying to figure out why he's so good. But look at this right here. San Beda just picking apart the LPU defense. Are you not entertained?
Well, everything's just working for San Beda, and if you have a guy like Jonty Miller, mahihirapan ka talagang i-cover yung ibang guys eh.
We have the LPU Lady Pirates here in attendance. Volleyball season next year. Something to look forward to. Of course, we are in the playoffs now here in NCAA season 101. Montaño. Etule with the board.
That's a great defense by San Beda. They're switching on the pick and roll kasi si Jonty Miller yung kumukuha ng ball handler. So they can really switch.
Aviles with the board. Moranejo. Barba. Barba from the baseline. Barba struggling here. Oh, look at Celso dive for that loose ball. Barba back to Montaño. Montaño for 3.
Montaño 3.
Well, that's the right decision for Ato Barba. He knows the whole San Beda squad is really prepared for him. They're really scheming very well against him. So he really has to look for his teammates.
Gonzalez. Sahonia. Sahonia to Gonzalez. Miller on the pull-up. And Montaño comes up with the board. Barba throws it ahead. Peña Fiel gets the basket to drop.
And we can see Coach Yuri, he was talking to Nigel Gonzalez to get back on defense. Huwag nang tignan yung tao.
What a delivery.
And 1 for Simon Peñafiel. Jimmy Reyes or Nigel Gonzalez.
How do a catch and finish by Peñafiel?
So that's where he's really effective, talking about Simon Peñafiel. Talagang kahit gaano kalayo yung bato mo, hahabulin niya yan. And he can really finish, especially with his right hand. Left-handed to, pero every time he attacks, talagang right hand ang finish niya.
Simon completes the three-point play. Andrada to Miller. Miller loses the handle. Barba gets on the board!
Now, once again, if you let the LPU Pirates run, you're gonna have a hard time stopping them. That's Ato Barba, professional scorer for LPU Pirates. Hindi mo siya pwede bigyan ng space para bumuelo.
Time Beda Red Lions.
Coach Yuri Escueta a little bit concerned with this run by the LPU Pirates. They still hold a 6-point advantage though. A lot of lovely ladies here inside the Mall of Asia Arena in Pasay City, enjoying the action here in the NCAA Season 101 Quarterfinals. Ato Barba at the line. This is an 8-0 run by the LPU Pirates. Former NCAA courtside reporter Avia Zunic on our QT cam. So it's now a 9-0 run for the LPU Pirates. Nagising.
Well, if you let them run, yun talaga yung yun talaga yung laro nila eh. So, kapag nakakatakbo itong LPU Pirates, magigising talaga to, makakagawa ng malaking run to recover.
Reyes inside to Andrada. Andrada on the turnaround. Lina is fouled by Montaño.
What an offensive rebound para kay Bismarck Lina. He already had a couple of draws and somebody has to box him out talaga kasi wide body itong si Lina and he knows his way around that rim.
Shooting 2 free throws, Bismarck Lina.
Bismarck Lina at the line for 2. Strong on the first. One for 2 sa pagkakataon na yun para kay Bismarck Lina.
And that free throw basket was badly needed para sa San Beda kasi nagkakaroon na ng confidence yung LPU eh. So for them to see that ball go in the rim, malaking bagay yan.
Aviles from the elbow.
And that's a shot na talagang na-develop na to ni Genesis Aviles. When I was still playing for LPU, talagang doon lang siya sa ilalim, drop passes lang. Pero nagkaroon na siya ng perimeter jumper.
Sahonia short. And Lina fouled as he went up for that shot. Minamama na ni Bismarck Lina.
Back in foul number 15, Genesis Aviles. That's his first personal team foul number 3. Shooting 2 shots.
Again, that nice jump shot by Genesis Aviles, but he has to do a better job containing itong si Bismarck Lina kasi pangatlong offensive rebound na yan ni Bismarck Lina. And another opportunity for Bismarck to shoot free throws.
San Beda has out-rebounded LPU now, 24-13. Yet, LPU is behind by just 5.
And yun nga no? Talagang yun talaga yung character ng San Beda eh. They really control the boards. Pero dito kasi sa LPU, as long as nakakatakbo sila, makakakuha sila ng score.
Barba. Aviles. Moralejo. Peñafiel. Short on that baseline J. And Sahonia has it.
Holding foul, number 3, Jonathan Barba. That's his first personal team foul.
Well, after that 9-0 run by LPU Pirates, talagang nag-settle down na yung San Beda defensively and offensively. Talagang naging mas disiplinado sila on defense.
Miller gets it to Lina. Oh, Lina could not catch it properly. 3-on-1 fast break. Montaño. Oh! Going for the drop pass instead of laying it up. Villegas, killer crossover. Could not finish at the rim. Miller has it. Miller on the move. Miller elevates.
Shanty Miller.
That's what happens if you give up on a good shot already. Talking about that layup by Montaño. Talagang bad shot na yung makukuha mo. Tapos pagbalik, hindi ka ready on defense. Makakashoot agad ang San Beda.
Miller with the elevation.
Holding foul to number 9.
Look at how he will float in the air for this.
Well, one thing about John T. Miller kasi he can score on every angle eh. So nung nag-slow down siya dun sa fast break na yun, pwedeng inisip ni Genesis na baka pumulap si John T. So wala siya sa posisyon para i-challenge yung layup na yun.
Barba, wild shot.
And that time, there were 3 San Beda Red Lions na nakatingin kay John Barba. And that's what he should do. He just need to keep attacking yung defense ng San Beda kasi makakuha at makakuha siya, especially when he attacks strong.
Shooting 2 free throws, Jonathan Barba.
Can only imagine all the thoughts, all the emotions Ato Barba's going through right now. Second game playing in what could be his final game in his NCAA career. 8 years in the NCAA, 8 years. Actually more than 8 years with LPU because we have to include the pandemic year.
Well, you're right now. I know there's a lot of thought going through his mind right now, but I hope that Ato Barba is just focused on the game at hand para talaga makapag-perform siya.
And, you know, I found it very interesting na nung kinausap natin si Ato and I asked him, ano yung yung core memory niya na hindi niya makakalimutan, and he said it was the bubble season.
Well, it was a tough season for all of us kasi lahat kami hindi sanay na malayo sa pamilya ng ganong katagal eh. And given the situation that time, there's a flu going on. So, ginawa na lang namin memorable, talaga ginawa namin positive yung kahirap na sitwasyon.
Oh,
Andrada.
Andrada making things happen for San Beda.
Well, it's rare that you see itong si Yukin Andrada attacking the basket and finishing with the floater.
Villegas throws it out. Dileg on the pull-up. And Palingayan with the ball. Versosa gets it to Barba. Barba from way, way out. Had a good line. Yun nga lang, just a little bit short.
You gotta give him to Ato Barba. You really have to let him take those kind of shots.
Ganda ng
Holding foul.
hinalaw nito si Yukian Andrada.
I think that's the first time I saw him do that move.
Yeah.
Yung sidestep.
Looking very graceful.
I think he's really preparing to play the 3 spot, no? Yung wing for the pro.
Omar Gordon making an appearance, Renzo.
Well, I was talking to him earlier and he had a great game here in MOA Arena. Tapos sabi ko sa kanya, parang gusto mo yata sa MOA naglalaro eh. So sabi ko, galingan mo mamaya.
Omar Gordon did not see action in the previous outing of LPU. Let's see what type of impact he will make here at the Mall of Asia Arena. Do or die situation. Yukian Andrada for 3.
Well, I know Yukian can drive already, but you can't leave him wide open, especially in the corners. Kasi 5 taon nang ginagawa ni Yukian yan dito sa NCAA.
(39-30). 2 minutes and 46 seconds remaining in the first half. The lead is back to 9. Now, the basket counts, but there was a foul away from the ball.
But I think they called the foul on Celso. They're checking it right now, and that's also the reason why Coach Yuri is complaining. Well, Anton, talking about Yukian Andrada, I know he's been struggling ever since the start of season 101, but what a way for him to come alive. Talagang yung start ng game natin na to, playoffs, kitang-kita mo yung yung confidence ni Yukian, tsaka talagang komportable siyang maglaro.
And I remember one interview with assistant coach Andre Santos. And he said if there was one player who made the biggest sacrifice on this San Beda team, it was Yukian Andrada. But he reminded the coaches, hey, I'm still here. I want to be able to contribute. And he never lost his confidence because he kind of took a backseat to John T. Miller when John T. Miller emerged.
Well, that's the right approach for Yukian. And kung ikaw yung coach ni Yukian, talaga ma-appreciate mo rin yung ganong gesture from Yukian eh. Kasi it takes a grown man para matanggap yung ganong sitwasyon. And maganda yung naging epekto para sa team niya.
Yukian is mature beyond his years. That's why he is the team captain. Matagal na rin siyang naglalaro dito sa NCAA. And remember, there was even speculation that he would forego his final year here in the NCAA, but he decided to come back, and right now it's looking like a good decision.
Well, I'm just glad na nilaro pa rin niya yung yung final season niya, because it's really hard kapag kapag wala ka na sa NCAA, babalikan at babalikan mo yung mga moments mo dito.
Andrada from the other side.
And talking about moments, I'm sure balikan ni Yukian itong game na to with the way he's playing right now. Talagang siya yung nagbibigay ng napakalaking damage to LPU Pirates.
11 points now to lead all scores for Yukian Andrada.
And again, those corners, yan yung paborito na spot ni Yukian Andrada. So hindi mo talaga siya pwedeng iwan na wide open dyan.
Palingayan against Gonzalez. Nigel Gonzalez. Man.
And check foul at number 10.
Nigel Gonzalez is the big SUV of point guards.
with this build, no, at saka napakagaling din napakagaling bumasa, and napakahaba ng pasensya niya kasi yung bumabantay sa kanya, very pesky defender, mas maliit sa kanya, but he was able to get into position para hindi siya ma-rattle, hindi siya ma-pressure.
He's like a big SUV and the rest of the point guards are just sedans. How can you compete with that? That's how it's looking kapag naghahabulan sila.
And you can see him during the warm-up, he was doing windmills and mga 360.
Gonzalez, 6'1" from Lipac, Batangas. Versosa. Barba from way out. Ato Barba, there you go.
And that's what the LPU Pirates should do. Talagang kailangan nila i-set up itong si Ato Barba because he's gonna keep on scoring kahit anong ibigay na scheme ng San Beda. You just have to help him out and make things easier for him.
Jimmy Reyes. Nigel. Gonzalez, one-handed floater. Gonzalez spins and wins.
And that's another offensive rebound for San Beda. And again, for LPU, masakit to kasi ginagawa mo yung trabaho mo on defense na force mo sila into a bad shot, but you're giving them another opportunity to score.
Versosa to Barba. Barba. Bounce pass to Versosa. Versosa was not ready. Reyes. Reyes is fouled, and that's going to be 2 free throws for Jimmy Reyes.
Block and foul to number 12, Josh Manalejo.
Ato Barba launching it and gets into double figures.
That shot was 2 steps behind the 3-point line, but this was the offensive rebound of Nigel Gonzalez. Yun talaga yung yun yung one area na nakakasakit for LPU right now, those offensive rebounds.
Reyes good on the first. Reyes sinks that one. San Beda lead back up to 13.
And what a way for the San Beda Red Lions to recover. Talaga nagkakaroon na ng kumpiyansa yung LPU earlier, but what a way for them to weather that storm.
Villegas blocked. Reyes to Sahonia. Sahonia! Nabitawan ng bola. Dileg to Barba. Barba for 3. Ato Barba! Another one!
And again, nakakakuha ng mga ganong tira si Ato Barba and the rest of the LPU Pirates if you let them run.
Sahonia with a response!
What an answer by Brian Sahonia. Ato Barba going under that screen, and Brian Sahonia with all confidence in the world shooting that ball of 3.
Villegas to Versosa. Versosa from the elbow.
At the end of the second quarter, it's the
So at the end of the first half, the San Beda University Red Lions re-establish a double-digit advantage. It is 51 for the Bedans, 40 for the Lyceans. You're watching the quarterfinals of NCAA Season 101, Building Greatness. You're watching the quarterfinals of NCAA Season 101, live from the Mall of Asia Arena in Pasay City. San Beda determined to make up for their loss against LPU during the classification round, and determined as well to bounce back from that defeat against their arch rival, the Letran Knights, and book their ticket to the Final Four or the semifinals. That is the mission for the white and red today.
Because Beda had a lot of time to prepare for this game, and so far they've really done a great job offensively, defensively, locating the right guys, especially yung mga corner threes ni Yukin, yung offensive rebounds ni Bismarck, which he has 3 already with to go along with 10 points. So everything's working for San Beda, especially in that first quarter. They really started strong, and talagang na-scout nila yung lahat ng pwedeng gawin ng LPU.
LPU made a run. They actually had a 9-0 run in the second quarter, but then San Beda came back and re-established a double-digit advantage.
Well, actually, LPU has been playing very well. Yung ang nagiging problema lang talaga nila yung rebounds eh. And if you're gonna talk about hustle, yung takbuhan, talagang LPU yung lalamang dyan. They also have 11 assists, plus they turned the ball over 3 times only. So they're playing very well, and they just have to make their shots kasi limited shots yung binibigay ng San Beda for them. So they have to shoot everything. They have to make everything.
Right now, the shooting numbers from beyond the arc, 3 out of 12 for the Pirates, 7 out of 15 for the Red Lions. John T. Miller, double digits. He's got 10 points. Lina has 10 points as well. Andrada leading the way, as I mentioned moments ago, with 11 markers. And that graceful sidestep and floater. Not bad for a former American football player. He grew up in the States and played a little bit of American football. So he's got that lateral movement from side to side even while moving forward. And the rebounding, Renzo, yung pinanggit natin.
Well, I think yun talaga yung story ng game na to. On the defensive end, talagang isa lang ang binibigay na shot ng San Beda for LPU. So, kapag nasablay ng LPU yan, ready na agad tumakbo yung San Beda. And on the offensive side naman, they're gonna go into their executions, they're gonna get a great shot. Pag nagmintis yan, makukuha pa nila. They're gonna get multiple chances to score again. Kaya sila yung may hawak ng kalamangan right now.
Earlier today, the Perpetual Altas eliminated JRU to become the first team to advance to the semifinals. So as it stands, 7 na lang yung teams in the running for a chance at the championship for season 101.
And San Beda is doing great right now. Leading scorers for this game, Yuki and Andrada with 11, Bismarck Lina with 10, and John T. Miller with 10. While itong LPU Pirates, talagang si Ato Barba lang yung nakakakuha ng usual numbers niya with 13 points. Tinutulungan siya ni JM Versosa and ni Kyle Montano with 6 points and 5 points respectively.
Now let's revisit this comparison of 2 forwards, Yuki Andrada and Jonathan Daileg. Daileg, hindi pa nahanap yung outside shooting niya. Although he has 4 rebounds.
Well, yun talaga yung weapon na to ni Jonathan Daileg, yung 3-point shooting niya. So far, nung first half talaga nagawa ng San Beda ng paraan na mag-struggle si Jonathan Daileg. So we'll see sa second half if makaka-recover siya.
Villegas swings it to Aviles. Barba. Moralejo swings it to Villegas. Villegas on a runner. And Renz Villegas gets it to fall.
And even that shot na usually madali for Renz Villegas, barely going in. So that I hope this sparks something kay Renz Villegas na makakuha na yung rhythm niya.
Montano pulls down the rebound. Barba. Montano. to Aviles. LBU staying patient. Montaño launches a 3. And Celso holds it down.
And I know San Beda holds the 9-point lead, pero if we can remember yung report kanina ni Bianca na Coach Yuri wants this game to be a low-scoring ball game. So, hindi nila nagagawa yung game plan nila. As you see that 3-pointer again by Yukin Andrada. Hindi nila nalilimit yung low-scoring ball game, but at the same time, they still have the lead. So, napakagandang game for San Beda.
Yukin Andrada has been lights out today. 14 points for the graduating team captain.
And yun naman talaga yung contribution na to ni Yukin, really making sure na hindi na to aabot ng game 2.
Let's try to find out what Coach Gilbert Malabanan told his players at the dugout. Alamin natin kay Bianca Tagarda.
Anton and Renzo trampling by 11 points at the end of the first half. Coach Gilbert Malabanan made some adjustments in the halftime huddle, reinstating na hindi na nila mababago yung nangyari in the first half, but they can do better in the second half. Bukod pa dyan, Coach Gilbert insisted on tightening their defense, specifically that the 21 points of the Red Lions were from 7 3-point shots. But what made this huddle different ay ang accountability shared by the players on their mistakes. Ika pa nga ni Coach Gilbert, magpa-practice pa ulit tayo bukas, reminding his players that this is a must-win for them. This second half, hindi lang depensa, pati na rin ng opensa ang aasahan natin makita from the Pirates. Anton and Renzo?
That same mindset, that same mentality and approach. Coach Gilbert Malabanan hoping that his team will survive this and live the fight another day.
Well, in order to do that, they really have to secure the boards because they're giving a lot of opportunities for San Beda to score. And they're leaving... Before that report ended, that's another attempt for Yukin Andrada on the right corner, which is a wide open, and you can give him that.
Celso to Andrada. Sahonya on the move. Sahonya stolen away. Barba. Drop pass. Villegas with the finish.
That was the right decision for Ato Barba. I thought he had an advantage over Yukin Andrada that time, pero naka-recover si John T. Miller, so that was a nice drop-off para dito kay Ato Barba.
Sahonya lays it up and in. Brian Sahonya.
What a move by Brian Sahonya, reading the defense very well.
Moralejo to Aviles. Aviles could not finish with the left hand.
That was a great pass by Josh Moralejo. Yun nga lang, hindi pumasok para kay Genesis Aviles.
Gonzalez to Celso. Celso sweeping hook. How about that? Old school. Joe Celso says, relax. Mahaba pa to. Let's take a look at this in-and-out dribble of Brian Sahonya. Way to fake out Genesis Aviles. And then how about this? A sweeping left-handed hook by Joe Celso and JC Ponzalida. Stop it, Celso, stop.
A lot of things happened during that move by Celso on the way to the timeout. The reaction of the bench and Celso doing the right thing, telling his boys to relax, it's not yet done.
Barba. Barba looks up at the shot clock. Aviles. Aviles back to Barba. Barba, short. Montaño. Montaño fadeaway. Sahonia hauls it down.
That's a great defense by Brian Sahonia. He had a disadvantage on that post against Kyle Montaño, but he was able to stop him from scoring.
Sahonia. Sahonia throws it out. Andrada from the corner. Yukian Andrada.
What a way for Yukian to be this hot playoff game. Yukian Andrada with another three-pointer.
5 out of 8 from beyond the arc for Andrada. Villegas on the pull-up. Renz Villegas.
And I think this is the time for Renz Villegas to really step up for the LPU Pirates. Ato Barba has done his part, has been playing very well, but Renz Villegas really has to be aggressive.
Sahonia pulls up from way out. Andrada gets it to Gonzalez. Gonzalez. Sahonia bumped by Montaño. Sahonia. Oh! Sorry, missed there for Sahonia. Villegas. Tinirahan si Nigel Miller with the board.
Well, that's a good shot by Renz Villegas, but the three-point shooting is not really his strength, so I believe yung defender niya kanina, he can really take him one-on-one, so I think Renz Villegas has to take better shots.
Sahonia on the run.
Brian Sahonia.
And talking about taking better shots and making the right decision, Brian Sahonia has been doing that for San Beda the entire season.
Montaño swings it. Moralejo. Moralejo. Whoa! Going up for a lefty floater off the glass.
You gotta love the confidence of Josh Moralejo, but they really have to make those shots kasi yun yung binibigay ng San Beda. You have to make them pay for deploying that kind of defense.
Sahonia. Sahonia steps back. Brian Sahonia. Celso with the rebound. Gonzalez. Gonzalez throws it out. Miller for three. Wide open, Jonty Miller.
What about Nigel Gonzalez making the right plays, locating the right guys for San Beda? That's an open three-point shot para dito kay Jonty Miller. Yun yung contested, yun yung may resistance. Kayang-kaya eh.
Montaño misfires. Gonzalez with a board. Aviles with a deliberate foul to get the bench players in.
Timeouts and Beda Red Lions.
It has become a 20-point lead. Just like that. A 20-point cushion. That's not any ordinary cushion. That's a customized king-sized bed type of cushion. Ganun kalaki yung hahabulin nitong LPU Pirates.
And that's what happens if you really let San Beda play their game. If you make them play comfortably, talagang mahihirapan ka eh. They can hit on all angles. They can do damage in the post, on the three-point area. So, kailangan mo talagang pahirapan yung San Beda.
Coach Gilbert Malabanan pulling out Barba and Villegas along with Moranejo. He's really trying to find any kind of spark at this point. Reyes, Dileg with a board. Dileg to Versosa. Peñafiel. Bounce pass to Versosa. Versosa out to Orrigue. Orrigue, no. Miller with the board.
Well, I think the reason why Coach Gilbert deployed this lineup is to just put in a lot of energy. I think they're going to pressure full court. They're going to keep on running on offense.
Miller took 2 bounces at the rim. Miller gets it back. Miller wheels that ball in. Jonty Miller.
What about Jonty Miller? You make him miss on that 3-point attempt, but he's gonna do damage, cutting into the lane and getting that end one.
Fairfield, California, stand up. Jonty Miller representing big time here in the NCAA.
And you also have to give credit to Bismarck Lina for getting that offensive rebound and locating Miller, cutting to the basket.
2 minutes remaining in the third quarter.
Versosa. Versosa. Miller rising up for that board.
And Jonty Miller doing everything for San Beda right now.
Lina, offensive rebound. Lina misses Orrigue. Gets it. Peñafiel. Peñafiel scores.
Simon Peñafiel.
And again, this lineup of Coach Gilbert Malabanan is his energy lineup. So tatakbo lang to ng tatakbo. They need a lot of possession for them to be able to catch up in this game.
69-48. Reyes. Miller. Miller on the pull-up. Had to shoot that as the shot clock was winding down.
Number 23, Cam Sosa, shooting 2 free throws. RC Kalima.
Kalima good on the first.
Correction, that's number 22, Lance Oligue.
RC Kalimag short on the second.
Free throw for RC Kalimag.
Kalimag in his second year playing for the San Beda University Red Lions.
Well, Kalimag is a designated shooter para dito sa San Beda, and he barely played this season dahil grabe yung production nito ni Jonty Miller and Brian Sahonia and all the other guys. And I'm sure next season mas magiging malaki yung role nito ni RC Kalimag.
Orrigue. Miller with the board. Kalimag on the attack. Kalimag, oh! Clearly a foul there. Talagang yung kamay ni Dileg nasa ulo na ni RC Kalimag.
That was a hard foul by Jonathan Dileg, and what a way for RC Kalimag to recover that ball. He already fumbled that ball with a bump against Jonathan Dileg, but he was able to recover it, and he gets 2 free throws in that possession.
So station.
ZJ Etule returning to the game. Penny Estacio returning as well.
For the Red Lions. Then Bregana or Lance.
And we were talking about it earlier, Anton, na na yung pagkatalo ng San Beda against LPU during their first meeting, I think talagang nagbigay yun ng malaking fire sa San Beda. They really prepared well for this game, and I think that's the reason why they're up by this much in this game. Third quarter pa lang tayo.
Giovanna Brigana is in for LPU. Paligayan. So it's going to be San Beda basketball with Estacio, Lina, Kalimag, Reyes, and Etule on the floor.
And surprisingly, Anton, that's only the fourth turnover of LPU. So hindi sila masyadong nagkakamali on offense, hindi sila nag-e-error. Pero 48 points pa lang ang score nila. So you really have to give credit to the defense of San Beda.
3-second violation.
That's the time remaining here in the third. Versosa. Daileg from the corner.
Jonathan Daileg.
That's the first three-pointer of Jonathan Daileg.
Could be a case of too little, too late, but look at assistant coach Dre Santos.
Jonathan Daileg, 3.
Intensity personified in the ear of ZJ Etule. Despite San Beda having this huge lead, it stands at 73-51 heading into the fourth. So here's that triple by Jonathan Daileg that made Coach Andre Santos react with so much intensity. Sa replay, nakita natin si Dina na challenge doon kay Jonathan.
Well, I'm not sure kung ano yung rule nila sa pagkakataon na yon, but we saw na si Etule yung on-ball defender, and I think yung pag-switch ni Bismarck, kailangan nag-X-switch na yata si Etule in the corner, pero hindi niya ginawa, kaya libreng-libre si Jonathan dun sa corner three-pointer na yun.
Abrecana, how about that? Jovan Abrecana gets on the board.
Back-to-back three-pointers for LPU, and that triggers itong pagpasok ni Sahonia, Andrada, and Celso. Nasa score table na, getting ready to come back in for San Beda Red Lions.
Versosa on the move. That's going to be 2 free throws for JM Versosa.
Well, you have to appreciate itong ginagawa ni JM Versosa as we see this three-pointer from the LPU Pirates.
Yes,
And you have to appreciate yung energy niya. He's trying to make things happen for LPU, but I think what Coach Patrick Melencio is trying to tell him is to still run their plays, to execute their plays kasi mas maganda yung mga tira na makukuha nila.
You gotta wonder if Ato Barba, Gael Montaño, and Renz Villegas will return to the floor as Coach Gilbert pulled them out when the lead ballooned to 20.
Well, I'm sure they're gonna come back in kasi sa lineup ng LPU right now, sila yung may pinakagusto na ma-extend pa tong season nila. Kaya I'm sure Coach Gilbert will put them back in.
Abregana, Barba, Montaño, Moralejo, Dave Paulo, and Jim Versosa. The graduating players on this LPU side, their NCAA careers on the line. Rebound, Abregana. Villegas back on the floor now. Villegas, stop and go. Abregana going down swinging. Versosa. Estacio has the ball. Estacio dribbles away from trouble. And Gonzalez has it. Gonzalez throws it out. Sahonia, pinasa sa kanto. Andrada. And that's a foul as we get this courtside update from Bianca Tagarda.
Anton and Renzo, before the game, Coach Andre Santos shared their plan of Coach Yuri of making this game a low-scoring one, pero mukhang hindi na ngayon masusunod looking at the score margin that they are enjoying right now. Sabi pa nga ni Coach Yuri Escueta during the huddle before the fourth quarter, make stops and make rebounds. No need to rush. I just need 2 good minutes from you guys and I'm sold. Now, Anton and Renzo, what's the good thing that the Red Lions are doing in the third that they can bring into this last 10 minutes?
Well, there are so many things that the Red Lions are doing right. They have been doing right in this game. One thing, the main thing is controlling the offensive and the defensive boards.
Well, if you have more possessions, most probably ikaw talaga yung may hawak ng kalamangan. And you're right, yun yung tamang ginawa ng San Beda in this game. Talagang they out-rebounded itong LPU Pirates. And one more thing that they really done right is yung disiplina nila on defense. They're not forcing LPU into a lot of turnovers, but hindi nakukuha ng LPU Pirates yung mga gusto nilang tira. And kung makuha man nila yung tira na usually tinitake nila, may challenge talaga.
Referees are reviewing the last play here. Let's investigate with them. So, shot was put up. So that's Abregana and Celso and Sahonia. Sino ang huling nakahawak?
On review,
so Jovan touched it last.
The veteran line basketball, John T. Miller for Benny Estacio.
Well, Anton, I want to go back to that report by Bianca na minention nga niya na hindi nasunod yung game plan ni Coach Yuri to make this a low-scoring ball game. But they're up by 21 points. So, sa tingin mo, ano kayang tumatakbo sa isip ni Coach Yuri right now na hindi nagawa yung plenano nila? But sila pa rin yung may hawak ng malaking kalamangan.
Well, Coach Yuri Escueta livid on the sidelines. He just threw a marker and the cap of the marker went all the way to the other side of the court and they haven't noticed it yet.
Blocking foul, number 5, Joseph.
They have not noticed the cap on the other side of the court.
Association Jonathan Barba or Giovanna Morgana.
So we actually assisted the officials in letting them know that It fell over to the other side. Somebody's got to give that back to Coach Yuri.
Or else the pen will dry out.
Villegas. And Andrada hauls down the rebound.
Well, even those shots na usually makeable for Renz Villegas, hindi na rin pumapasok for him. It has been the story of this game.
Look at Celso diving for the ball despite his team being up.
You're right, they're up by 21, but one of your biggest guy is still diving to the floor.
Look at that. Playing without looking at the score. Versosa. Versosa throws it out. Barba launches. And Celso hauls down the rebound.
Well, it's been a while since Ato Barba took a shot and yun nga, in and out pa, no? So the struggle continues para dito sa LPU Pirates.
Gonzalez. Gonzalez to Miller. Miller on the pull-up. And Villegas comes up with the ball. Moralejo mula sa kanto. Moralejo from the corner.
Well, I'm actually surprised na Josh Moralejo hasn't been taking a lot of shots kasi nung first meeting nila, talagang siya yung nag-contribute ng napakaraming points and napakaraming three-pointers. That's the first make of Josh Moralejo.
Actually, since that game, Moralejo has never reached that level. And that was a career-high 24 points for him.
Well, I was actually asking him kung bakit biglang bumaba yung attempts niya. Kasi yun yung problema eh. Hindi naman sa nasa-stop siya ng kalaban eh. He's not taking the same shots, the same attempts na tinake niya nung game against San Beda.
Versosa on the pull-up. Miller with the rebound.
Well, I don't think JM Versosa is the player for the LPU Pirates lineup in the court right now na pwedeng mag-isolate eh. You have Renz Villegas, you have Ato Barba and Josh Moralejo who can handle the ball really well.
Sahonia. Sahonia. Too strong off the glass. Celso. That's going to be 2 free throws for Big Joe.
And that's the 4th offensive rebound para dito kay Celso. I'm sorry, that's the 5th. 16 in total for San Beda.
Kyle Montano for Jonathan Dileg. Shooting 2 free throws, Joe Celso.
Joe Celso sinks the first free throw.
Ito rin yung maganda sa big guys ng San Beda. Talking about Celso and Bismarck Lina, you know, they get fouled a lot kasi yung activity nila inside, napakataas ng energy. And pag napunta sila sa free throw, very good free throw shooters din.
Bismarck Lina for Joe
2 for 2 for the 6'4" big man from Taytay Rizal. Joe Celso playing in his final year here in the NCAA. Second and last year for him. A transferee. Villegas still fighting.
Well, those are the shots na talagang master na ni Renz Villegas. Kaya yun din yung inalis ng San Beda sa kanya during the first half. They're blitzing him on the screen.
Gonzalez Andrada. Nigel. 5 on the shot clock. Gonzalez. Sahonya from the corner. Rebound by Barba. Barba to Montaño. Villegas to Versosa. Versosa, scoop shot, no. Lina with a board.
That's another point-blank miss para sa LPU Pirates. So, missed opportunities for them eh. Nakakakuha sila ng drives, nakakakuha sila ng tira. Hindi nga lang talaga nila natatapos.
Bismarck. Bismarck, too strong. And Versosa. You can see a lot was taken out of Versosa just for absorbing all of the body contact from Lina.
Well, he's also the one exerting a lot of energy on offense. Kaya yung activity niya, and kita mo naman kung gaano kalaki itong si Bismarck Lina.
Lina again against Versosa. Lina on the jump hook. And Versosa playing with a lot of pride, but look, he's walking. And just defending Bismarck Lina is such a handful.
What about Versosa finishing on the other end with an assist by Ato Barba?
Running on E, but still running. We have a timeout. The San Beda University Red Lions are poised to book a spot in the semifinals or the Final Four. Ato Barba needs a miracle to extend his NCAA career. 7 graduating players from the LPU side: Ato Barba, Kyle Montaño, Josh Moranejo, Dave Paulo, JM Versosa, Jovan Abregana, and Jethro Reyes. And that's big, Renzo. I mean, anytime you have a huge batch of players graduating, next year is going to be a different story.
Of course, it's going to be a challenge for Coach Gilbert to fill in the shoes of the ones leaving already. And Ato Barba is a big role to fill if you're Coach Gilbert. So, but LPU still has 3 minutes in this game. So hopefully they make something to catch up. But if you have John T. Miller shooting over you like that easy, it's really going to be hard to come back.
Itong 18 points ni John T. Miller, it's like he did it in his sleep. Parang ang dali-dali lang ng basketball para dito kay John T. Miller. Look at that.
And it's just super easy for John T. Miller. Kanina pa natin sinasabi na kahit merong resistance, kahit merong challenge, I think mas gusto pa nga ni John T. Miller yun.
Number 1 scorer in the NCAA, John T. Miller. There is a lot of chatter that he could be the next NCAA rookie MVP. And with his numbers, we're not surprised. And with San Beda being the number 1 team here in the NCAA in terms of the record, hindi na tayo nagugulat dyan. Miller. Lina fouled.
Bismarck Lina.
Well, what else can you say about the San Beda Red Lions? that's a great attack by John T. Miller. Another breakdown on defense. And that's another offensive rebound para dito kay Bismarck Lina.
Bismarck Lina completes the three-point play.
Substitution, Nigel Gonzalez for Brian Sahonia.
Villegas steps on the brakes. Aviles fakes and fires. Lina with the board.
Well, they've really done a great job on those ball screens. Talking about the coverage of San Beda with Renz Villegas and Ato Barba. I think yun talaga yun, yun yung reason bakit nag-struggle itong dalawang scorer ng Lyceum. Hindi talaga makakuha ng kahit anong separation para makakuha ng magandang tira.
Andrada from way out. Hands it. Yukian Andrada, the captain. Shooting the lights out, a 20-piece for Yukian. Yukian Andrada. Do your thing, 21. Do your thing, 21.
Well, you also have to give credit to the guards of San Beda for really locating itong si Yukian Andrada. And grabe kasi yung patience talaga ni Yukian. Talagang alam mong veterano na eh. He didn't force anything in this game. He just went to his spot, waited patiently na umikot sa kanya yung bola.
Playoff Yuki is in effect.
Last 2 minutes.
And look, Nigel Gonzalez still on the floor. John T. Miller still on the floor. Beastmark is still on the floor. But eto na, Coach Yuri Escueta wants to send in some shock troopers here. JC Bonsalida will do more than dancing on the sidelines now. And Kyle Hamora, a rookie, is in, and Ato Barba, a tearful embrace for a young man who has spent 8 years of his life playing in the NCAA. I'm getting goosebumps right now. Ato Barba has done so much for the community, being the poster boy for LPU for so many years. Former juniors MVP, mythical 5 member last year. But the journey in college as a student athlete will come to an end.
Well, what a career for Ato Barba, and I'm really blessed to be a part of that career for at least 2 years. No, I'm really proud of his growth with everything he's done for LPU. I'm sure the whole community is very proud. And also for Josh Moralejo, who just made the three-pointer. When he came into LPU, he was just a young kid from Bulacan. He played with JM Bravo before, and I saw a lot of potential in Josh Moralejo, and I'm also really proud of the development na talagang pinakita niya during his stay in the LPU community.
Bonsalida to Reyes. Reyes to Hamora. Hamora! And look at the entire bench celebrate that triple by Kyle Francis Hamora.
And this is a a statement win for San Beda, and everyone else has to be really careful because guys like Hamora is really gonna do damage, especially in the playoffs na talagang pag-aaralan mo yung first unit. This is big for San Beda. Even the guys from the third unit is contributing well for them.
Kyle Francis Hamora, his first made NCAA field goal. And the entire Bedan community celebrates him. The kid from Davao City, from Holy Child College of Davao. You love to see it, Renzo.
Well, what a way for him to announce his entry in the playoffs, no? Talagang yung tira na yun, I'm sure he's gonna remember that for the rest of his career, and dadalhin yan for the next round. I'm sure pag binigyan siya ng chance ni Coach Yuri in the next games, talagang magko-contribute yan for San Beda.
How about this? Leonard Somkuya! His first triple of the season!
Well, it's just been San Beda's day. Talagang lahat ng tinira nila, lahat ng ginawa nila for this game, talagang tama. Wala sila masyadong errors in this game, and that's the reason why they're up this big.
And that's also Menard Somkuya's first triple of his NCAA career.
At the end of the ball game,
Coach Yuri Escueta and the San Beda University Red Lions advance to the Final Four of the NCAA. And words of encouragement, you love to see it, Coach Yuri Escueta giving some words of encouragement to Ato Barba, even team manager, Coach Jude Roque, Nigel Gonzalez. Man, it's tough to say goodbye to one of the great players we've had in the league, especially Barba, who overstayed his welcome here.
Well, I'm sure sigh of relief yon for Coach Yuri na nag-work yung prepare nila for a guy like Ato Barba, and we all know that it's hard to stop him, and for him for you guys to make him struggle and secure this win, malaking bagay yun for Coach Yuri, and I think that's the reason why he had a short talk and a sign of appreciation para kay Ato Barba.
There you see Ato Barba, 8 years representing LPU in the NCAA, 3 in high school, former juniors MVP, 5 in college. Last season was part of the Mythical 5. And we wish Ato Barba all the best in the next chapter of his basketball career. He is graduating along with Gael Montaño, Josh Moralejo, Dave Paulo, Michael Versosa, Giovanna Bregana, and Jethro Reyes. The final score, San Beda 91-67 for the LPU Pirates. San Beda moves on to the semifinals. The San Beda University Red Lions eliminate the LPU Pirates in the quarterfinals 91-67, and they move on to the Final Four here in NCAA Season 101, Building Greatness. And when we return, we will have a chance to speak to the winning head coach, Coach Yuri Escueta. Don't go away. Nagpapatuloy ang ating live coverage dito sa Mall of Asia Arena sa lungsod ng Pasay, where the San Beda University Red Lions just booked their ticket to the semifinals after eliminating the LPU Pirates here in the quarterfinals 91-67. Anton Rojas kasama si Renzo Navarro, and with us the winning head coach, Coach Yuri Escueta, who is studying the statistics. Coach, ano yung mga nakita mong mga magagandang bagay na nagawa ng kupunan mo para manalo against LPU today?
Well, of course, I'm very pleased on how the team played, especially defensively, and also how we were able to rebound the ball today.
Yeah, you definitely out-rebounded the LPU Pirates. Kanina pa namin tinitignan yung running tally. The final is 59 rebounds for you guys, 32 lamang para sa LPU.
Yeah, so hats off to Joe and to Bismarck for having 13 each. And of course, my starting point guard today, Nigel, had 10. So you can really see how they really bought in. I told them it's all about locking in defensively and of course dominating your rebounding.
Coach Yuri, gaano kalaking bagay na tinalo kayo ng LPU in the classification round and then you're coming off a tough loss against Letran? Were the players really motivated to get the win today?
I wouldn't say naman that our loss to them and against Letran motivated that, but this is the quarterfinals already. We have a goal, and this is the next step of our goal is to win the quarterfinals game. Kinalimutan na namin elimination eh. So again, one step closer to the main goal.
Coach, there was a report earlier na ang game plan mo daw for this game is to keep this game a low-scoring ball game. Hindi nangyari yung, Coach, pero napakalaki pa rin nung margin nyo nung panalo. Anong nangyari doon, Coach? Anong nangyari sa game plan? Ano nangyari sa laro?
That's the plan, is to keep the scoring low, especially knowing LPU how they would like to run yung fast break sila, in transition offense sila. So we have to take care of that. The 30 points out of the 67 came in the second quarter when we started to turn the ball over and we started jogging when we were up. So sabi ko sa that can't happen in the second half. We have to be more focused and sprinting back down, and we have to take care of the ball more.
Coach, there was one instance na naka 3 points sa corner yung isang LPU player, and then Coach Andre Santos was very angry at ZJ Etule. That's how locked in you guys were in this game, na kahit ang laki na ng lamang nyo, you really played as if the score was 0-0.
You can't give guys like Dialect and Sinamontahan yung open shots. I know they're playing the 4 spot, that they're really shooting guards that can really shoot yung perimeter shots. So that's something we had to focus in and make sure they don't get open threes.
Ngayon, Coach, we move on to the next phase of our tournament, the semifinals. Abangan nyo kung sino mananalo bukas sa bakbakang Mapua at Benil. Your thoughts on that, Coach, as we look forward to the next phase of the playoffs?
Sabi ko nga whoever we play, we have a goal in mind. So if it's Benil or Mapua, we just have to be ready and prepare properly. Especially against these two teams. Malakas yung teams na to.
Coach, balik lang ako ng konti dun
Yes.
sa game earlier. Kasi kanina ko pa tinitignan kung ano ba yung ginawa nyo. Nakita kong stat ng LPU, only 5 turnovers. 5 beses lang nilang na error yung bola. Pero napakalaki ng lamang nyo. Na-limit nyo sila into 67 points and yung mga usual scorers nila, hindi masyadong nakakuha ng numbers nila. Paano nangyari yung coach? Paano nyo na-limit yung mga players na yun?
First thing, yung defensive matchups namin. Big responsibilities on Brian Sohonia and Nigel Gonzalez. Being able to guard si Barba at si Villegas. And buti lang, di pumutok si Manolejo para nung first round namin. So, yun. It's just being able to lock in on your individual matchups. And of course, yung team defense of, sabi ko nga, everyone needs to stay connected. Whatever LPU is doing, yung ball skin man yan, post-up man yan. So, may mga lapses, but I have to give it to them how they really lock in today.
Coach, before we went back on the air, you were asking Renzo, sino yung mga graduating players ng LPU? And we saw you had a very nice moment with Ato Barba. You were giving him some words of encouragement when the two teams met at the end of the game. This is a kid who spent 8 years in the NCAA. Like you, Coach Yuri, naglaro rin yan sa juniors division. What did you tell Ato Barba during that last exchange?
Of course, ever since I started coaching San Beda, LPU has always been in the Final Four. We always played them whether they were twice to beat or they were in the top of the rankings. So I have high respect for Coach Gilbert, of course, si Ato Barba, si Montaño, and I really think that they can really play in the next level. So I just told him to stay positive, keep working, and I'm sure opportunity is gonna find him as long as he keeps working hard, he stays positive.
Coach Yuri, you're not just a great coach, you're a great mentor as well, and it was a great gesture na binigyan mo siya ng words of encouragement, reminding him to stay positive despite the loss because as you know, Coach Yuri, hindi pa nagtatapos ang journey sa basketball after college.
Yes, NCAA is just a stepping stone sa mga pangarap nila. So hats off to them, of course, hats off to LPU for, of course, the graduates, for all the battles we had in the past. And it really brought the best in the players, and especially me coaching. I always had to scheme si Barba. I always had to scheme sila Montaño. That's how high of a respect I have for them.
Well, Coach Yuri, you're going to have to scheme again and
Yes.
scout Benil Den Mapua tomorrow. So, do you have any message sa lahat ng mga nanonood ngayon and invite everybody to support you guys in the semifinals?
Again, thank you po sa lahat ng nanood sa San Beda, Red Lions, especially yung mga nandito sa venue. I hope to see more of you guys as we go deeper into the playoffs, and our goal is always to bring that championship back to Menjola, and the semis is the next step to it. So, pakisuportahan po kami, and hope to see you sa mga venue.
Now, Coach Yuri, before we go, I want to reintroduce you to
thank you,
a long-lost friend.
Hinahanap ko to eh. Salamat.
So sa mga hindi po nakakaalam, there was a moment, Coach Yuri had a moment, and the cover of his marker somehow ended up on the other side of the court.
Nung lumipad, kunyari NR eh. Kasi pag nakita to, delikado, technical to eh. So, upo na lang ako doon para hindi ko alam eh. So, thank you.
Thank you to our statistician, JR Apostol, for picking it up, and we retrieved it for Coach Yuri Escueta. Coach Yuri, thank you so much for the time. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Congrats, Coach.
And we'll see Coach Yuri and San Beda in the Final Four of NCAA Season 101. We will take a break and be back with more interviews dito sa ating post-game coverage. Our post-game coverage continues here at the Mall of Asia Arena kung saan nagtagumpay ang San Beda kontra sa LPU 91-67. The Red Lions eliminate the Pirates to advance to the semifinals or the Final Four here in Season 101. Anton Rojas together with Renzo Navarro and with us the team captain of San Beda, Yukian Andrada. Yukian, arguably one of your best games of the season. Sabi ko nga, Renzo, playoff Yuki today showed up. You shot the lights out. What came over you today knowing that this was an important game? You wanted to bounce back after that loss against Letran. You took it upon yourself to set the tone.
Well, we were really prepared, coming off that loss, you said, from Letran. We prepared for 2 days straight. We were really focused. Everyone was locked in. And, our practices was really intense also. Coach Yuri and all the coaches, really prepared as well. And the players were really focused talaga. And, we focus on our game plan against this game. And, I was just, I know that LPU will always help from their big man. So I was just waiting for my shots to go in. And my players and my coaches trust me that I'll hit my shots.
Yukian, what was your mindset coming into this game? Especially halos buong season, hindi yun usual numbers mo eh. Diba? Medyo nagsastruggle. And kanina napag-usapan namin na you kind of took a backseat para kasi ang ganda ng nilalaro nila Miller and all. But what was your mindset coming into this game na nagbigay ng enough energy sa'yo para maka-score ng ganito kalaki for San Beda?
Yun nga, as I said, I'm just staying ready. I know that my teammates can score too. Brian, Sonia, John T. Miller, everyone can score in our team. And, sometimes hindi kami laging makaka-score. But, this day was my day. And also, Bismarck Lina played really good. And it just depends on the game and the teams that we're going to play and what defense they're going to give us. And we'll take advantage of those.
What was highlighted in this game was the rebounding. And even Gonzalez had double digits in rebounding. Do you think that this might be your best defensive game so far as a team this season?
I think so too because, Coach Yuri got mad at us from the last games, the past 2 games that we started really bad. First quarter, we were giving 20-plus points per quarter. So we really focused on our defense, try to get our goal, which is 15 per quarter. And I think we achieved that. And it showed really well. It's also getting those defensive stops and defensive rebounds.
Well, you can coming into the semifinals as the team captain. Are you already satisfied with the way your team is playing, or nakukulangan ka pa? May konti pang kailangan i-adjust?
I'm not still satisfied. As our mantra is, we gotta play more defense, and I think this game starts that, and I hope that it will continue to the semifinals, and hopefully when we get to the finals too.
Yukian, there was this one move that really got me and Renzo out of our seats. You drove to the basket. You went for a sidestep. For a guy your size, that mobile, is that a move that you've been keeping in your bag just to break out in the playoffs?
Yes, I've been really working with Coach Ralph Penuela. Taking my time, and because I know that the defense will bite on my pump fake, so I have to work on my dribbling and my other counter moves. So I just had to pull that out and I made that shot.
We love to see it. We love to see it. All right, let's kind of break it down for us, Yuki. Here's that move.
Yeah. So Versosa cut me off, so I saw that there's another lane in the middle, so I just took that side step and then finished with a floater. Right there. Yeah.
Yeah, we really jumped out of our seats when we saw that because we don't see that a lot from you. But now, you're bringing it out here in the playoffs. You can kindly invite everybody to keep supporting you guys. And of course, you guys don't know yet kung sino makakalaban nyo, but it's gonna be a good game for sure.
I just want to thank everyone for this win, and I want to thank the San Beda Boosters Club, San Beda Season Pass holders, and also I want to thank God for this win. I just want to thank my family also for coming here and watching me play. I just want to greet my family in Quezon City, family in Pasig, my girlfriend, and my family in Bulacan and in the States.
There you go, team captain of the San Beda University Red Lions playing in his final season in the NCAA, Yukian Andrada. Yukian, thank you so much for the time, and we will see you in the Final Four. Let's turn it over to Bianca, who is with Bismarck Lina.
That's right, Anton and Renzo. I'm here with the big guy of the San Beda Red Lions with a double-double performance today na si Bismarck Lina. Now, Bismarck, you played for 15 minutes. You scored 15 points and 13 rebounds. What a double-double performance from you. Pero napansin ko, every huddle, lagi kang pinapaalalahanan ni Coach Yuri na magdahan-dahan lang. So, ano ba yung kwento or story about this dahan-dahan reminder of Coach Yuri?
Yung sinasabi ng dahan-dahan is yung sa offense lang kasi advantage ako sa ilalim. So, ayun, para mas madali ako shumot, dahan-dahanin ko lang. And yun, mas mataas yung percentage.
At dahil nga dyan, ay nanalo rin kayo in this game. Now, during your last matchup versus the LPU Pirates, natalo kayo. But what have you learned from that na binitbit mo into this ball game?
Yung mistake namin nung last game is yung mga defense namin. Sobrang sama ng depensa namin. And yun, coming into this game, talagang defense yung pre-practice namin sa yung days na preparation na ginawa namin. And yun, nagbunga naman this game.
And then this ball game, talagang nakita yung defensive identity ng team ninyo. But after this very productive performance, very productive game for you, ano ba yung unang-una mong gagawin right after na makalabas ka dito sa MOA Arena?
Ayun, after nito, mag-reviewing kami. Titingnan namin yung mga mistakes pa rin namin dito sa laro. And ayun, habang inaantay namin yung next opponent namin, intindihin namin yung sarili namin and as a team, defense and offense.
Wow, napakasipag naman. Talagang mag-reviewing agad muna kayo. Now, speaking of yung makakaharap ninyo, since you're just waiting sa semifinals, sino ba yung team na nilook forward mong maka-match up?
Actually, halos naman kung sino yung makatapat namin Baga, ready lang kami kung sino man yung matapat namin. And yun.
And lastly, ano yung message mo to your family, to your friends, supporters, and especially to the San Beda community?
Unang-una, binabati ko yung girlfriend ko, si Sofia, yung San Beda Boosters Club, season pass holders, Lina family, Fair family, Tiksay family, Manuel family, and si Joe Celso, Pen, Bonsi, and Ea.
Thank you so much, Bismarck, for joining me in this post-game interview. Ayan na muna sa ngayon. Balik na muna tayo kay Anton and Renzo.
Thank you very much, Bianca. And we are standing alongside the #1 scorer in the NCAA and the guy that many is talking about who could be the next Rookie of the Year in the league, Jonty Miller. But Jonty Miller right now just told us that he's been battling the flu this week. How are you feeling right now?
Tired. Kind of congested. So I'm just glad that I got out there and was able to impact my team and impact the game.
So you mean to tell us that even in the Letran game, wherein you dropped a career-high 34 points, you were under the weather?
That's where it started, yeah. Yeah.
Wow, under the weather, flu game, dropping 34-piece. And today, 18 points in your sleep, pretty much.
I know. It was just coming out there, coming off the bench, giving my team a spark. I impacted the rebounding too. Just anything I could do to get out there and hope my team win.
Well, Jonty, like you said, you came in a little bit late towards the end of the first. What happened there? Is that a game plan or?
I came in the what happened?
You came in the first quarter late. It was I think the 1 minute mark of that first quarter.
Oh, okay. It's because I was sick, so I was sick in practice. So you know, it's not fair to my teammates that are out there working, and for me to come out there. So me and Coach Yuri talked about it, and I was just ready to go whenever
But your first points was a dunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, with barely much runway, and he finished it with two hands too.
Yeah, I was looking at some highlights. I was watching Starter 5 on Netflix.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, you know what? I don't really be dunking. I have a lot of bounce, so I was just like, I don't be dunking at all. So I got it. I looked up, and I just dunked it.
All right, Jonty, kindly break it down for us. Here's that dunk that we were just referring to.
Oh, yeah. See, I just looked at I got the ball, looked at the rim. I was like, you know what? Boom.
And under the weather, bro, it's, we've had so many interviews with you. Obviously, every time San Beda wins, it's a Jonty Miller interview. Is there anything more? I remember Coach Jericho Diniera asked you this question. Is there anything more we can expect from you? And you responded saying that you can dime So now that we're in the playoffs and you're heading towards the semifinals, what more can Jonty Miller give to his team in York West to win a championship?
You just give my all. I'm always out there giving it my all. If I was like having a bad shooting night, I'm gonna go and fake something else. If I'm getting boxed and one, I'm gonna go get somebody else open. You just look for the complete package. I'm just a basketball player at the end of the day, so that's what y'all can look for. Just me going out there giving my heart.
The Letran game, Jonty, you had your career high 37 points. 34 points.
It should have been 37, but I kept putting my foot on the line. Kept putting my foot on the line.
What did you learn from that game? And I'm sure you're raring to get back at a team like Letran.
That was a non-bearing game. We came out there just ready to compete. We were short-staffed. We didn't have Bry, we didn't have Joan. So that game, we lost, but it was like on to the next one. And you can see that it was on to the next one. If we focus on the winner out of this next game. So we're going to go back into practice, lock in, get the game plan, and be ready to hoop.
All right, this is a Filipino sports interview type question. Sino ang gusto mong makalaban in the semifinals? Because you're either going to face Mapua or Benilde. Do you have any preference, Jonty?
No, I don't have a preference. I don't want to start nothing. I'm just going to be hooping. Just go out there, hoop whoever wins. Good luck to them. We're just going to go out there and compete.
Yeah, that's the mindset of one Jonty Miller. What's your favorite movie, though?
My favorite movie?
Yeah. I mean, we're taking this conversation elsewhere.
Have you ever watched Creed?
Oh yeah, Creed. Yeah.
And then my favorite show is actually the new season dropped today, Stranger Things. So that's what I'm gonna go over there and watch.
All right. Well, while you're recovering from the flu, you're gonna be enjoying the new season of Stranger Things. And right now, you can greet everybody tuned in and invite them to support you guys in the Final Four.
Shout out to all the season ticket holders. Shout out to my dad. I know you watching. Grandpa, my mom, my little sister, and my grandma. I know they're watching me right now. And then, shout out to all the fans. Pull up and watch the show. Yep.
#1 scorer in the NCAA and possibly the next rookie MVP, Jonty Miller of the Sun Beda University Red Lions. Thank you so much for the time. Get well, brother.
Thank you.
All right, we will take one break and be back to put the finishing touches on our coverage here live from the Mall of Asia Arena in Pasay City. Post-game coverage continues here from the Mall of Asia Arena in Pasay City. Sun Beda versus LPU. The Red Lions prevailed 91-67, making an emphatic statement and booking their trip to the semifinals. Perpetual was also able to book their trip to the semifinals. So, 6 na lang ang mga kupunan na maglalaban-laban dito, Renzo.
Well, what a way for Sun Beda to get back at LPU and to come into the semifinals with that kind of game, no? Nakita natin yung nalaro nila kanina. But I think 13 out of 32 sa 3-point area, napakataas niyan, and most of those makes came from Yuki and Andrada, and of course yung offensive rebounds, 18-7. Napakalaki niyan eh. And 23 points yung na-convert nila into second chance points with those 18 offensive rebounds, and yung perimeter points with 47. Wala, yan talaga yung yung strength ng Sun Beda, yung points nila came from everywhere.
Sun Beda, Yuki confirmed it, their best defensive game today, coming at the right time. And Yuki and Andrada, playoff Yuki in full effect. A 20-piece Jonty Miller, another flu game, 18 points. Coming off that 34-point career-high performance against Letran. And the rebounding na binanggit ni Coach Yuri Escueta, Bismarck Lina, Celso, double-digit rebounding. Even their point guard, Nigel Gonzalez, 6'1", getting double digits in terms of that department as well.
Well, most of those 15 points of Bismarck Lina came from the offensive rebound na puro second chance points yan. And yun talaga yung naging story nung game na to eh. Ang daming chances ng San Beda para makascore. And pagbaba naman sa depensa, talagang nalimitan nila yung Ato Barba, yung Renz Villegas, and yung Josh Moralejo. Kaya napakalaki nung lamang nila nung natapos yung laro.
San Beda getting their revenge and sending the Pirates packing. Now, since we are in the playoffs, balik taraw muna tayo. Let's take a look at the final week of the classification round. Balikan natin dito sa ating week in review.
Nagsimula na ang NCAA playoffs. Matira-matibay na bakbakan patungo sa finals. Kaya naman, bago tayo magpatuloy, atin munang alamin kung paano tayo umabot dito sa week in review. Last November 14, the Benil Blazers bested the Letran Knights in a matchup that would ultimately determine who would take second place in Group B.
Exactly. Manalili. Sean meeting him up top.
Despite playing without Allen Liwag, who was nursing a left shoulder injury, the Blazers came out on top with an 80-74 victory. In the game that followed, the defending champion Mapua Cardinals made a strong statement by dominating the Group A leading Perpetual Altas 77-61. On November 15,
offensive board, repossession, Sahonia goes all the way.
San Beda stopped JRU 65-56 behind the 18 points of Brian Sahonia, while the LPU Pirates silenced the San Sebastian Golden Stags 88-74. Kyle Montaño scored a game-high 22 points in the win. November 16's matchup saw Arellano stun Perpetual 70-69 as Timac Ongotan paced the Chiefs with 22 markers. The second game that Sunday,
Omega. Naiwanan! June Roque with a 2 and put down.
Featured Letran and EAC. June Roque finally had the breakout game Knights fans have been waiting for, as his 15 points propelled Letran to an 82-73 triumph. Noong nakaraang Martes, nalusutan ng Mapua ang San Sebastian 77-72 sa overtime.
6 on the shot clock. Sa pass-up. Concepcion for 3. Yam! Concepcion!
Habang nanaig naman ang Benil kontra JRU 76-66 sa pangunguna ni Sean Umali na gumawa ng career-high 28 points. Nung Miyerkules,
for LPU, Timac with a scoop and the home. What a shot by Timac Ongotan.
dinomina ng Arellano ang LPU 74-56. Bumida muli si Timac Ongotan na nakapagtala ng 24 na puntos para sa Chiefs. Tinalo naman ng San Beda ang EAC 96-82. Pinangunahan ni Brian Sahonia ang atake ng Red Lions sa kanyang 26 na puntos. And then, last Friday, November 21,
Cuenco attacks. Cuenco, no! Concepcion, no! And Arellano secures the twice-to-beat advantage.
And that's the biggest plot twist of the season happened as the Arellano Chiefs shocked Mapua, winning 62-58 to end the classification round as the second-ranked team in Group A. With this, the Chiefs earned a twice-to-beat advantage in the quarterfinals. After that, Allen Liwag returned to action after missing Benil's last 3 games and recorded 16 points and 8 rebounds to lead the Blazers to an 87-82 conquest of EAC. Finally, on Sunday,
a steal by Abyss. Abyss all the way.
Perpetual put an end to their 3-game losing skid with a 72-57 beatdown of LPU. The final game of the classification round featured San Beda versus Letran, and on this occasion, the Knights got the better of their rivals, winning 87-83. Titing Manalili led Letran with a career-high 26 points, while Jonty Miller also turned in a career-best performance with 34 points for the Red Lions. And that's how we arrived at this point. Now, the quest for collegiate basketball supremacy continues in NCAA Season 101, Building Greatness.
The 34 points that could have been 37, sabi nga ni Jonty Miller, pero umapak siya sa linya. So, nanalify yung isang 3 puntos niya. Man, a lot has happened, Renzo. This season, I must say, props to the NCAA Management Committee for coming up with such an exciting format.
Well, yeah, you also have to give credit yung mga players kasi dikit-dikit yung laro eh. But they were able to perform on a high level. Nakita mo yung review natin, napakaganda nung mga action. And I believe yung last game na yon, yung San Beda versus Letran, that was the perfect way to end the classification round. And I really believe na nakatulong siya on both teams eh. Yung Letran, nadala yung confidence na nakuha nila yung panalo na yun to their quarterfinals matchup na nakuha nila yung game 1. And for San Beda, parang nagising sila eh. This is a statement win for them, yung game nila against LPU. So I think nakatulong on both ends.
The power rankings in the NCAA, nagbabago yan every week eh. Because prior to Arellano's loss against Letran in their first game of the quarterfinals, Arellano looked to be the most dangerous team in the NCAA. But now, San Beda looks to be the most dangerous team in the NCAA with this beatdown against LPU.
Yun nga, very unpredictable eh. Hindi mo talaga pwedeng kailangan sundan mo every game para hindi ka magugulat sa mga mangyayari.
And of course, we had a very happy Coach Olsen Racela. We were able to bump into him earlier. Excited siya dahil yung mga players niya maglalaro sa Araneta Coliseum sa darating na Martes.
Well, they played very well earlier against JRU. It was a very close game and up to the last second, nandun yung JRU eh. Talagang hindi bumibigay eh. And that's a character building game for Perpetual, and I'm sure madadala nila yun in the next round.
You know Coach Nani Apondulan very well. JRU was probably the team that everybody wrote off to start the season, and understandably so dahil they're the youngest team, they're the team with the most departures, but Coach Nani, with his arrival, made it a very respectable Heavy Bombers campaign.
Well, that's why it's the reason why that was the perfect test for Perpetual in the first round. No? Kasi pag malagpasan nila yan, sobrang dami nilang mapupulot dyan sa matchup na yan. Eh. I'm sure madadali nila yan in their next round kung sino man makakarap nila, kung Arellano man o Letran.
Just looking at this playoff picture, I'm so excited. Kahit sino eh, whether it's gonna be Perpetual or Arellano, slam bang affair, Perpetual Letran, slam bang affair, San Beda Benil, box office, San Beda Mapua, something that I personally felt was a collision course between the Red Lions and the Cardinals. Man, I'm so excited. And tomorrow, eto, do or die Friday, my friend. Benilde versus Mapua Finals rematch. Coach Charles Tew putting his team on blast, saying pagkalaban ng Mapua parang duwag yung mga players. So let's see how Gab Gometa and his teammates will respond as they face the tormentors, Mapua, in the past 2 seasons. Yung mga tumalo sa kanila.
When Mapua lost to Arellano, akala natin mawawala na sila, but they got that first win against CSB Blazers.
And then of course, the Letran Knights, Kevin Santos, coming off a career-high 20 points, including 2 thunderous two-handed dunks, taking on Basti Valencia and the Arellano University Chiefs of Coach Chico Manabat. Renzo Abiera, no field goals in that first game. Expect him to come out guns blazing dahil hindi siya papayag na ganun ulit yung performance niya.
Well, I'm very excited na makita yung dalawang matchup na yun. No? Kasi game 2 pareho yun. Do or die like what you said earlier. So I'm sure walang papayag na merong madaling makakakuha ng panalo.
That's NCAA basketball for you, and we will see you guys tomorrow. Do or die Friday. Brother, thank you so much. Always a pleasure. Renzo Navarro, with us here on the panel. Thank you as well to our courtside reporter, Bianca Tagarda. Maraming salamat din sa ating director na si Direk Elmond Salvahan and all of us from GMA Synergy. Ako po si Anton Rojas nagsasabing maraming salamat sa inyong panonood. We will see you all again tomorrow for Do or Die Friday in Season 101 of the NCAA Building Greatness.
Ito na ang biggest game ng iyong buhay. Together we'll be flying high. This is our league. This is a moment. Sa puso mo, the sky is the limit. Tara na, magsama-sama. Dahil together, we own the future. This is our league. This is a moment. Sa puso mo, the sky is the limit. Sama-sama, dahil together, we own the future. Kaya natin kabaelan tayo daytoy. Kaya natin ini, kaya ta ini. Kaya natin kabaelan tayo daytoy. Kaya natin ini. We own the future.